Dino Crisis is a third-person survival horror game where you play as Regina, part of a special operative team sent to Ibis Island, where dinosaurs have mysteriously overrun a research base run by a world-famous scientist that was recently thought deceased. The game is available on PlayStation 1, PC, and Dreamcast. Atmosphere. Unlike its close counterpart, Resident Evil, Dino Crisis doesn't use music as often to back up its gameplay, leaving you in the eerie quiet of the facility's halls. But this only makes the apprehension rise much higher when it does start playing, simply because you know something is very wrong. There's a minor sense of tension that's often shattered by the surprise introduction of enemies into an area. Enemy encounters can be vicious and deadly, and acquiring more supplies can be surprisingly easy, but also surprisingly difficult, as there are lockboxes of useful items around the facility that you need other items to open, putting a lot of stress onto the inventory management that ends up being quite a large portion of the game, but not necessarily in the best way. Dino Crisis can also in places be bogged down with a lot of extra mechanics to both the puzzle solving and the inventory. The game's puzzles can be tedious to a point where some of the doors not only requiring essentially 2 keys but also a puzzle to solve even when you have both keys, and some of the inventory can be overcomplicated with a lot of extra items, making things like healing yourself more complicated than just using a health kit. It's not difficult to overcome, but it can be easy to forget, adding more stress to the gameplay. The ammo system also has multiple types of shots, from slug to buckshot to poison and sleep rounds, and since the dinosaurs are already pretty hard to kill, the non-offensive ammunition is sometimes all you have to defend yourself with, which can add to the frustration, but also how helpless you can be to these creatures. The atmosphere isn't oppressive, and parts of it can be dull, but there's a lot of dread that manifests when you realize how difficult to defend yourself it can be, and the intensity of the combat and the sheer number of dinosaurs can have you racked with dread and on edge waiting for the next time you'll hear the combat music. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The typical Velociraptor speed and tenacity makes for some real close calls, as you're only just able to get away from them in most scenarios when running as fast as you can. Failing to do so ends up with Regina getting thrown around like a ragdoll or pinned to the ground and eaten. As mentioned earlier, bleeding out is very possible if you don't have the right items to treat yourself with, meaning that even if you survive an encounter with one, you might not do so for very long. More difficult enemies like the stronger or flying enemies can devour you quickly or pick you up and throw you into a spinning vent. And of course, getting grabbed by the T-Rex is an immediate death sentence. It's not hard to see how powerful and difficult to deal with every variety of dinosaur is, even if the variety is a bit lacking. The game introduces essentially quick-time events where you mash buttons to escape deadly scenarios, and the vagueness of the prompt can be pretty alarming since you don't really know to what effect spamming the buttons will have on your survival. Luckily, the game is pretty generous with continues, infinite saves, and resuscitations to balance out how quickly you can meet your end. Dealing with the dinosaurs is obviously where a lot of the fear comes from, and from the number you end up having to deal with can feel oppressive, and the ammo and item management puts a harder strain on that. The game also has quite a lot of scripted events, and some of them are really spectacular, with the T-Rex smashing through the vents on the upper floors to chase you along the rooftops, with you only just being able to get out of the way each time it lunges at you. And it does such a good job with making these moments feel nail-biting. Dino Crisis, in specific scenarios, manages to be more frightening than Resident Evil and throws more aggressive enemies and situations at you more frequently. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's audio is very dead. There's a lack of music throughout a lot of the sections of the game, leaving you in an eerie quiet with the sound effects. When the music does come in, like the save room's worrisome but relaxing synths, it reminds you how good the music in the game can be, even though a lot of it is incidental, with 10 or 15 second clips to add dramatic flair to the story events and cutscenes. The combat music for the dinosaurs is an unhinged fluttering of keyboards and the sound of an orchestra dragging its feet, which adds so much tension to being in a room with an enemy. There's a lot of synths and that classic pseudo-orchestral keyboard tone that do so well for the tension, and combined, ends up making majority of the soundtrack. It's very unique. The sound effects are loud and blunt, and some things end up repeating a lot. Having a dinosaur repeatedly running into a laser fence produces the exact same sound effect every time, which could be an issue, but the effects themselves, despite being basic, are still kind of iconic, like the doors opening and the T-Rex roaring. Somehow they're fun to hear.
You okay, Regina?
Where's Gale?
I don't know. Haven't heard a word from him. What's he doing?
There's voice acting, and whilst it's a step up from Resident Evil, there's still a lot of rigidness in there, with most of the characters having some wooden deliveries, but what else would you expect?
That's odd. Something must have those animals spooked.
The game seems to have little to no reverb whatsoever, which leads to some of the game sounding unnaturally dead. Gunshots not reverberating at all down a metal corridor isn't something realistically you would expect, but it could be just a limitation of the time. Dino Crisis' audio isn't hugely amazing, but it's still great when it needs to be. That's 3 Harry Masons.
This guy's been eviscerated. Something tore his intestines straight out.
Look at those tooth marks. It had to be some sort of animal.
Okay, let's move on.
Gore. Thanks to the new mechanics, getting attacked by a dinosaur can leave Regina bleeding, and this leads a little trail of blood on the floor as she runs away. Obviously, getting devoured by the dinosaurs is equally bloody. Shooting dinos leaves a fun pool of blood underneath them to know that you finally killed them, and failing some of the scripted events can leave a very familiar effect, except this time it's Regina's blood. There's a lot of mangled corpses and smaller dinosaurs can be seen devouring them, but despite all this, it doesn't feel like a particularly bloody game, with memories of metallic corridors being far more prevalent than the bodies that decorated them, which makes stumbling upon a corpse something unique somehow. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. Regina and the rest of the operatives land on Ibis Island after their inside man discovers that a weapons research facility is harboring a famous scientist who was working on some new type of energy that supposedly died in an accident 3 years ago. But after landing on the island, it becomes very apparent that there's more here than the scientists and research labs. The game's story is unraveled through cutscenes and diary entries as the extent of what was going on the island is revealed, though some of the entries can be technical and boring, which made some of them much less interesting to browse through. You really needed to read everything in the game to not only find codes but understand how to solve most of the puzzles, which did mean poring over every note. The more interesting ones were about subterfuge and infighting going on between the researchers, but the overarching plot ended up being way more interesting than anticipated, though not hugely surprising that somehow a science experiment on an island full of scientists was the cause of the problem. The game gives you choices in sections to let you choose what path to follow between Rick and Gale, your two surviving members, who both have very different priorities, and depending on what you chose throughout the game would affect the ending that you got. Dino Crisis' story is mainly pretty good, but it can get overcomplicated at some points and some of the reading was a chore, but not enough to really hurt the game, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Dino Crisis is far from perfect, but it did get a pretty good score. I enjoyed it to a degree, but there were several points where getting lost or trying to solve puzzles or even knowing what puzzle to attempt first became a real drag, as the key items just kept mounting up and the order to use them in wasn't always clear. There were a lot of dinosaurs and I'd always end up with genuine despair to find another corridor would have multiple of them in it, making getting past them pretty challenging, but the game's willingness to give resuscitations and no limits to the saving never made it too much. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I read all the diary entries, I didn't show the T-Rex any mercy and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Stalker 2 is a first-person survival horror game where you return to the Chornobyl exclusion zone as Skiff, a man whose house burned down when a random anomaly appeared in his home, and he wants answers in possibly the most hostile environment known to man, the Zone. The game is available on Steam and Xbox Series consoles. Atmosphere. Stalker 2 is a lonely game, more so than before, and its gigantic expanse covers areas from all the previous games in the series, providing many different environments for you to explore.
Emissions over. Stand down.
And despite having so many different pockets of civilization, the primary feeling of the game is still this melancholy loneliness and isolation as you walk from area to area. Unlike the previous games where the A-Life system would breathe artificial life into the zone, the NPCs that used to wander the plains are missing, leaving you in a very player versus wilds feeling. The burnt-out factories are desolate and derelict, and exploring them maintains that sense of sadness throughout. The music sneaks in as you find corpses in the basement, the sun disappears behind the clouds, and a gentle rain covers the swampland, like the environment is sighing. Certain aspects of the world organically generate that sense of the melancholy, which the whole game radiates. The suspense and tension of traversing dark irradiated tunnels and military installations returns as your flashlight just about illuminates the oppressive tunnels, but thanks to the changes in combat, it's not as impactful as it has been. You spend a lot of time walking through the zone since the game has very little fast traveling, and whilst this works towards the game's immersion, it does get a bit tedious and the atmosphere struggles to keep the feeling going over extended periods of walking. But every now and then you'll discover something that keeps the spark of the zone alive. A random collection of empty safes, a giant orb of water hovering above a lake. There's still a feeling that the zone is still a magical place, even if that magic is neutrally aligned. Really, the game's atmosphere is still very much in its isolation and melancholy environments, and it delivers on those two things across all of the game's varied biomes, which is a step down in intensity when compared to the previous games, but still good overall. That's one Harry Mason.
An emission is approaching, soldiers. Seek shelter immediately. I repeat, we have an incoming emission. Seek shelter.
Scares. Stalker 2 doesn't quite manage to inflict fear consistently throughout its story, with the game's combat loop really lacking the nuance to make it frightening. Enemies still do a lot of damage, and a well-placed headshot can kill both you and your opponents right up until the end of the game, but the way the game's AI functions reduces the feeling of enemies that are smart and trying to outmaneuver you, and many enemies just walk into your line of sight and begin to open fire, even if they're out in the open, which reduces the shock and the panic of you trying to avoid them in the dark. The game's AI for the mutants also has suffered, dropping the feeling of realism of fighting a pack of dogs or trying to survive a bloodsucker encounter, with nearly every mutant fight boiling down to a battle of attrition until one of you dies, with the mutants having a seriously inflated amount of health that brings a level of tedium to fighting them. This, along with how the game overuses specific things too much too early, with bloodsuckers being the go-to enemy for early game mutant encounters, and it's just a recipe for desensitization. The game still has a lot of unique moments in it, with a load of mysterious anomalies and side effects that can deliver some really great creepy moments. Some are executed so well that they leave you confounded over what just happened, and thankfully the game doesn't use these so often that they become commonplace, but Stalker 2 sadly is just too sparse in genuinely scary moments, and didn't work fear into the gameplay loop enough for it to be scary. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The game's soundtrack is a wonderful selection of deep, emotive, ambient pieces, from ghostly drones that draw images of Pripyat's empty tower blocks into your mind, to the more icy and cold synths that give certain areas that feeling of isolation. The game also taps into the nostalgia by playing the corresponding area's music from previous games, and even if it's fan service, the original music is still really great. The combat music dynamically changes with thudding, heartbeat-like pounding that decreases in speed the closer you are to death, which helps intensify the combat, really making it feeling like you're drawing close to the end, and it appropriately hurtles back up to speed once you stab yourself with a medkit, back into the combat. The sound effects are fantastic, with again many not changing from the previous games, from the beeping of the PDAs to the sound of psi waves distorting your perception. The game's gun sounds are immaculate, and combined with the reverb, makes something like a shell casing hitting the ground in a concrete room sound shockingly real. The environmental audio of the rain and thunder strikes, the roaring rumbles of emission, to the weird, unearthly noises you hear when you approach anomalies, give the game so much character. The most disappointing thing you can thankfully avoid is not using the English voice acting, subs over dubs, as many of the characters besides Skiff himself and some of the more plot-essential NPCs are just disappointingly voiced.
What's the hold up? Just tell me what you want.
I had a little chat with those thugs. There were no survivors.
Okay, that's one less problem to deal with. Take your coupons and you're free to go.
With awkward deliveries and times where the enemies yelling their intentions just sound robotic and insincere.
He must not get away!
Even less emotional moments where stalkers are telling each other jokes are read like a checklist and the comedic delivery just isn't there.
Tell itself. The stalker wakes up with a real bad hangover. He opens one eye and sees something hairy and scary baring its teeth at him. Stalker goes, shit, gotta be some kind of zone waste. That's straight up mean, man. You're the one that's wasted, said the sea dog.
It takes a chunk out of the game's immersion, though luckily the game can still be experienced in Ukrainian and it's highly recommended since the dialogue itself can be pretty good in some parts. Despite quite a large stain on the sound design that is the English voice acting, it is something you can simply not choose to deal with, and the rest of the sound design is utterly brilliant. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. A gunshot to the head leaves a bloody mark where the bullet hit and your flashlight glistens on fresh blood on the ground. There's several corpses, from yellowed skeletal remains to the rotting bodies of stalkers who ventured too far. There's never so many not to feel impactful and slightly sad, but never so few that you don't forget where you are. And these are the tamest parts of the gore, with the new graphics making things like the shredded body of a snork look as gnarly as it actually is. Its entire spinal column on display with the gas mask fused to its face is just horrifying. The game's gore is benefited greatly by the bump up in graphics, but it does feel like maybe gorier combat could have left a bigger impact. Though what is here is really fine. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. After an anomaly burns player character Skiff's house down at the start of the game, he travels to the Chornobyl exclusion zone to figure out what happened. Soon he finds himself embroiled in a faction war and some profound implications that could affect the world at large if they ever left the confines of the zone. The game's story follows several paths and focuses on certain beliefs on what the zone could and should be, with various characters leaning one way or another and Skiff mainly being along for the ride as he seeks his own goals. The game is around 40 hours long and the story has some great moments, but it has a few problems too, mainly with the pacing. It starts off quite slow and speeds up and slows down all over the place, leading to what feels like an ending several times, but then the game slows right down again with someone giving Skiff a mundane mission before it ramps back up for a boss fight or a large-scale battle, and this got more tiring the closer it got to its actual end. This, along with how convoluted some of the concepts the game presents are, can lead to a difficult to enjoy story for some. The game's side missions don't contain a great deal of variety, but they are quite well written for the most part, as are some of the diary entries and voice logs you can pick up throughout the game. The environmental storytelling is also really great in the game too. The splitting path as you progress can sometimes feel like a large tonal change when you suddenly ditch a faction to join another, but it does reflect on how some of the characters you come to follow act in the wake of the game's events. There are a lot of caveats. The game's pacing is a major concern, but it's an open world game with many differing quests that can be performed between story missions, lots of side content from artifact gathering to fighting in the arena, so your perception on this could change depending on how you decide to play.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our never-ending season of never-ending fights. Let's greet our rookie here and hope he doesn't bite the big one in his first match.
Something that may also push away first-time players is the level of references to the previous games, and their characters as well as locations. Without playing the original trilogy, it may mean that the impact of certain things could be lost on a new-time player, or at least severely diminished. Despite all this, the story is ultimately good, but suffers from a lot of problems that will change based on your background and how you decide to play, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Stalker 2 is a game primarily for people who enjoyed the original trilogy. It is still a sequel, and it's changed slightly over the years, but the main vibe is still there in full force. A brutally challenging excursion into a wild, untamable environment full of danger and surprises. Realism mixed in with fantasy and science fiction. It isn't the same as the original trilogy in its execution, and its modern elements have sanded down some of the rough edges and inadvertently made some of their own, but it keeps a lot of the most important things intact. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I died looking for artifacts, I didn't get lost to the zone, and advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. DreadOut Keepers of the Dark is a standalone expansion to DreadOut and sees you returning as Linda to travel into a strange pocket dimension to defeat paranormal entities trapped behind mysterious doors. The game is available on Steam and part of the DreadOut Remastered Collection on PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. Atmosphere. From ominous laughing coming down dark corridors to the nauseating sound of rats squeaking as you enter a cramped sewer, the game retains a great deal of what made the original DreadOut's atmosphere so good without having the comedic moments sprinkled throughout the experience like the original did. It's altogether a more horror-focused game. The environments, still grey and lifeless, are mostly recycled from the original game with minor changes, but unless you play those two games back to back, then the creepiness of those locations still works entirely. Linda scours an abandoned village, a dark derelict school, as well as the eerie wilderness and haunted back alleys looking for ghostly activity, and it all feels electrically charged, because DreadOut always keeps you guessing what it's going to do next. Each area is its own self-contained environment, with unique enemies and ghosts that behave differently, putting you on edge for what's lurking in the area. Since not all of the things you encounter are hostile, it makes it difficult to know what to do when you see anything at all. A doll follows you around a mansion, collapsing to the ground when you turn around. A ghost of a samurai slices you to pieces if you approach it. And after just a few encounters with these sort of things, the atmosphere doesn't need to do anything directly because you'll be on edge waiting to see what's going to happen next. It helps that the environments are still misty, foggy, darkened and eerie, with unsettling ghostly sound effects playing in them. Its use of lighting casts ominous shadows over the faces of the enemies and makes some things incredibly foreboding, but the tension of waiting to see what a ghost does is really what fuels the fear in Keepers of the Dark. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. What makes the game scary is the same thing that makes it atmospheric: the ghosts. There's a massive amount of distrust when you encounter things that seem friendly based on how aggressive other ghosts can be, and bewilderment plays a huge role in the game's fear. There's one horseback ghost, then another, then multiple, and suddenly you're out of your depth being swarmed by enemies. The caveat to a lot of this is how the game doesn't really explain how to deal with some of the ghosts that you encounter, and getting knocked down over and over until you die, or repeatedly die, trying to figure out a very specific way the game wants you to defeat one of the ghosts, can really drag down the experience. But on the other hand, this actually works in favour for other ghosts like the aforementioned samurai, as you frantically scan the area with the SLR to see if you can take a picture of it before it kills you. All of the enemies require a specific way of defeating them. There's no running in and spamming the camera until you win. You need to think things through, and this puts a lot of power into the enemy's hands. The enemy design itself is also fantastic, from horrible dog-beast combinations and the fox of many tails, to the giant floating heads that scream at you and the girl who gets more desiccated the more you take her picture, to a literal undead rock band. It's easy to see where the effort went in with this expansion. Keepers of the Dark is mostly frightening because it's again the same thing DreadOut did, but more condensed with less anticlimactic or disappointing moments. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The music that fills your ears mostly arises during combat, and when you're in range of something ghostly, it's ominous drones, whispery tones, and the general sound of the other world. Off-kilter drums thud through encounters, and screeching cries and wails mixed together with what sounds like ice being dragged up the neck of a violin. The music is deeply haunting and adds a lot to the boss fights. Creepy pianos and other music also emanates from points in the environment too, like someone left a record player on somewhere. Though the music only comes in when something is near, and it all fades away to the game's ambiance when you're just exploring. The sound of birds chirping, crickets, or even just an eerie silence of an empty mansion. The sound effects for dealing with the ghosts can be straight up incredible in design, but often of low clarity or a bit too loud, which some may find an issue. The effects themselves, though, like the giant head letting out a cacophony of laughing and a deafening screech, is just deeply unsettling, and despite being so loud, it seems to be a deliberate design choice rather than an accident. The same effects cross over from the original as well as some of the music, with the same eerie noises coming from contact with ghosts and areas of interest. There's little to no voice acting in the expansion at all, which isn't really a problem since it was a bit spotty in the main game, and despite some environments seemingly lacking any kind of reverb, the sound design is still pretty good despite being rough around the edges. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's a few instances of gore in the game, with the ghosts having bloodier pasts and having gaping wounds, or having attacks with them vomiting eyeballs, and it's pretty disgusting to behold. There's what could be blood covering the floor in certain parts of the sewer, and there's a fair amount of gore in the game in general. It's never too much, and enough to make some ghosts unpleasant to deal with. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The game doesn't have a great deal of story to back the main plot with. It basically slips in as a missing chapter that supposedly takes place during the original DreadOut, with the first game's antagonist sending you to a mirror realm you're supposed to break out of, which is supposed to explain why the environments are so similar, since they're all supposed to be mirror versions of the ones you see in DreadOut. The individual areas have lore of their own along with the ghosts, and these are of varying interest, with the Ghostopedia explaining the backstories of the ghosts after you defeat them. Some are a bit haphazard, but most at least provide enough to make the ghosts fairly compelling. There's not a great deal of story in the game. It does expand a little bit on existing lore for some of the things you see in DreadOut, but it's mainly a boss rush with some puzzle elements, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Keepers of the Dark was not the experience I thought it was going to be, but I ended up enjoying it a lot more than the original DreadOut, maybe because of its more free-form design and the lack of silly or confusing moments. It definitely had some flaws, but I found it a pretty enjoyable time. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I went into the Mirror Realm, I didn't decide to stay, and advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Now let's go check out bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Sons of the Forest is a first-person survival horror game and sequel to The Forest, where you crash land on a seemingly deserted island and have to survive the hostile environments and their hostile inhabitants. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The island is vast and unforgiving. The enemies are many, and even though the game's single player is a very lonely experience, you never feel like you're truly alone. You know that they're out there. The cannibals' presence can't really be ignored, and they harass you and your camp every chance they get. This leads to a great deal of paranoia. Encounters with them, at least at the start of the game, are intense and one-sided, and this leaves you feeling weak and vulnerable as you struggle to defend yourself. There's a sense of dread every time you hear a noise or scan the tree line for movement, momentarily causing you to stop and listen. Footsteps in the forest could be animals, or they could be threats. You end up never feeling safe, even with all the fortifications you can construct. The island contains this perplexing feeling of harboring menace that lurks underneath nature's maze-like construction of its overworld. Serene beauty and picturesque landscapes are only dazzling until you see the bodies hanging from the trees. The game does have moments of peace, serenity even, but they never last long, because if you ever want to get off the island, you're going to have to go to places you don't want to. The caves are of course where things get really intense. From the bodies and skeletons left hanging from the ceilings or trapped to the floor, there's an overwhelming amount of death surrounding you constantly, pushing yourself up into tight, cramped, water-filled environments with very little in the way of light, and the game's most horrifying enemies, the mutants waiting inside for you. Some are maddeningly big, with many branching paths, and running low on resources and desperately trying to find your way out of them can fill you with despair, as it feels like the only way you'll be leaving them is going past the game over screen, and then you'll have to go back in, because all of the best gear you need to complete the game is in the caves. Things like using the rebreather and forcing yourself through tight gaps in the water-filled cave are extremely unpleasant. The multiplayer experience lessens the feeling of paranoia since you have other people around you to back you up, but it also introduces higher numbers of enemies to compensate, which keeps the caves almost as intense as they are in single player. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Most of the game's scares come about organically, since there's very few scripted events or anything predetermined in the game. Besides its few cutscenes, bats fly out of a cave when you approach, and the occasional skeleton falling to the ground when you walk past, the rest of the game surprises you with enemy AI and its general horrible events. Dealing with the enemies is always a challenge, and the single-player game has two possible failure states if your health reaches 0, with one being that you're captured and need to gather your things to escape, or game over, where it returns you to the last bed you saved at, which could be days ago depending on how diligently you saved your game. This can be pretty punishing and leads to there being a great deal on the line when you're fighting enemies, hoping that you don't get an unexpected game over. The enemy AI is both confounding and tenacious, with their behaviours being very odd in places, watching you and choosing to destroy your camp over fighting you, but other times it's very cut and dry, with them throwing themselves at you relentlessly until one of you dies, which can lead to startling moments when they loom out of the darkness at you unexpectedly. The caves, again, are where the main bulk of the horror comes from, with both the enemy design of the mutants being unsettling to some degree, with the baby enemies and the walls of flesh that block up entire crevices deep within the caves. Some things are just disgusting in thought and visual execution. That being said, the game's scary moments can be pretty few and far apart depending on how you play, but regardless of what you prioritize, there's no way of avoiding the caves if you ever want to finish. Multiplayer, however, is a different kettle of fish, and dealing with enemies comes with the additional concern of downing your friends as you all fight together. Throwing grenades or melee combat can lead to you downing your friends, but the chance of a game over is all but gone. The game's scares can be startling or horrifying depending on what gets to you, but there's an unavoidable quality to them. Eventually you'll bump into something that gets you. That's 2 Merry Masons. Sound design. Impressively, the game forgoes music almost entirely besides the radios left laying around and the game's menu, leaving you alone in the eerily quiet forest, the sound of the ocean waves, the wind blowing through the trees, birds and animals singing and moving about help the graphics build up the immersion that you're on a picturesque island. But it goes both ways, with the realism being something that causes the freaky sounds of frozen rivers, the sickly squelching of skinning an animal, and the odd moaning sounds the mutants make as they stumble about in their stupor. The game's ambient noises and sound effects are detailed and diverse, building the world around you fully in sound. Its voice acting is okay for what little there is, and the game's reverb and directional audio do wonders for the caves and sounds of cannibals howling in the distance. Truly impressive stuff. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore is horrific, from the mundane but detailed skinning of animals, ripping the shells from a tortoise, or peeling the flesh off of a deer, to the more brutal bodies mangled into barbaric effigies, with heads stuffed with other body parts to ward off intruders. The mutants explode with a satisfying bang, and body parts and blood are sprayed everywhere, slicing up the cannibals and cooking them to get their bones for crafting purposes is just another form of survival. And then there's the overwhelming number of corpses. So many that it is only just realistically sensical thanks to what seems to have been various expeditions to an island filled with callous cannibals and mutant murderers. Despite its pretty exterior, there's some horrible things underneath. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. You open your laptop on the helicopter and there's 3 people's faces on there. The Puffertons, who went missing on the island that you're flying over. Suddenly the helicopter crashes and you're knocked out on the beach as soon as you crawl to the shore.
Now who invited you here?
From here on out, the game is told through random notes, video footage from cameras, and through the environments until you start delving deeper. There's a lot to uncover, with some more down-to-earth things like the survivors of the helicopter you can encounter who all die just as you get to them, to cultists dead in the fields, to skeletons of missionaries who brought supplies, and old burnt-out shacks that imply people were mining on the island as well. Though the story eventually darts off into the unknown, what you take away from it is only as good as what you try and find out. There were several notes that implied a lot more than the game seemed to deliver, but having finished the game without doing everything, it's very possible that there's still more to see down in the depths of the caves. Despite not finding everything to complete the story, the notes do a good job of making you interested in discovering more about the island. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Leaving the civilized world behind to live on an island full of cannibals was certainly fun this time around, and really made me wish I dedicated the same amount of time to the game's predecessor. It was fun and frightening exploring the island, and I'm still having fun with the multiplayer as of the time of writing. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I murdered many cannibals on the island, I didn't feel bad about it, and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Clive Barker's Jericho is a horror first-person shooter where you play as the Jericho team, a special forces unit sent into a mysterious city called Al-Khali, where a renegade cultist is trying to unleash a powerful being onto mankind. The game is available on PC, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
What do you think they'll do with you when there's no one left to burn?
Atmosphere. Whilst the game takes you through various time periods from modern day to ancient Rome and antiquity, there's one thing that continues all the way through the fractured time zones in Al-Khali, and that's suffering. From people just maimed and killed laying about the place to souls crucified and still somehow alive moaning in pain, there's a vile atmosphere from exploring the streets. The beautiful architecture is juxtaposed by the horrific things that are going on in them. Whilst the game's combat takes center stage for the experience, you still get enough time to be wowed or horrified by the environments, flesh pits and tunnels. Truly everything is lost in this place. The atmosphere, though, doesn't change a great deal throughout the game. It's disgusting and there's never really a break from it. The combat does give you other things to focus on, but the combat itself is also vile, exploding heads and shooting enemies in the back until their wounds split open reminds you of Hellraiser in the same way that hearing the name Clive Barker does. Leather, blood, and the lines blur between eroticism and gore. The opening can be a bit dull as it takes a while to get to the more interesting locales, and some of the combat can get incredibly tedious in the longer fights, but the feeling of being somewhere unholy and horrible never really lets up. That's one Harry Mason.
We watched as he turned Al-Khali into a carnival of decadence and depravity.
Scares. The game trades out jump scares for quick-time events that it's famous for. The events themselves weren't very hard to pass on a modern day PC, but they didn't really add much in the way of fear either. If you happened to make a mistake, you just did it again with barely any time wasted. The combat itself is more repetitive than frightening, with your teammates going down frustratingly quickly and needing to be revived a little too often. The enemy designs can be pretty great, with Roman centurions with their muscles on the outside and other gigantic monsters covered in blood, pustules and other things, but the variety for the length of the game is what lets it down. Considering combat is such a large part of the game, it would have been nicer to see more variety, or shorter levels. The game is a fun, gory time, but it doesn't really manage to have any frightening moments. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. Thunderous choirs invoke the feeling of the time periods at play. The soundtrack is both glorious and depraved. String sections, horns, pounding drums, and that choir remind you that doom is coming and add a lot of weight to the combat. There's some creepy pieces with eerie chanting voices that sound woeful, like they've already given up hope. The music for Jericho is truly epically constructed. The sound effects can get a bit repetitive, especially the gun sounds, though some of them can be pretty satisfying. Bullets hitting metal is a very old sound effect, but still a satisfying one regardless. The squelching of heads popping and walking through fleshy floors is always fun to hear, but it does get hard to appreciate singular sound effects when there's so many things usually going on at once, multiple guns firing and voice lines all layering over each other. There's a lot of environmental sounds like torches and wailing in the distance that also adds a lot to the atmosphere as well. The voice acting for some of the characters is pretty great. Cole recalling the golden ratio was done really well.
Is that what you called it?
This isn't real! Nothing here is real!
How did that number go, Simone? You called it something. Phi?
Phi! Phi! The divine proportion.
Phi, right. How did that go?
1.6. 180333988.
Good. Now, let's lower the gun.
7498.
But the voice acting isn't hurt by its quality as it is by its frequency, with most characters having voice lines for reloading, asking for ammo, explosions, actions, and powers, as well as random things they say in combat, which means people are always talking, and the same voice lines are repeated very frequently, which can get grating over longer sessions. The reverb is functional, though not hugely noticeable, and the directional audio is really well implemented as well. The sound design itself has no flaws, but the repetition of some things can be annoying. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. The gore is incredible and usually everywhere, from the dark red blood and chunks of brain that explode outwards when you make a headshot, to the rivers of blood and melted remains. Piles of corpses and blood splatters are everywhere you look. The consistency of it is usually very high, but unlike other games where it would become desensitizing, there's always something new in the next area to give you something to gross you out or marvel at. Even one of the characters draws blood from their palm with a knife to cast magic spells. It's literally everywhere you look, and it's awesome. Truly a game that Clive Barker made. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. The story follows Jericho Squad, a special forces unit of people with unique powers that travel into the desert to the ruins of Al-Khali, one of the oldest cities in the world that every major conqueror has at one point fought over. What are they looking for? God's firstborn. In mythology, an entity God created in his own image, but sickeningly twisted and wielding inconceivable power. The story is surprisingly deep and includes a lot of historical events, with Templars and First World War veterans making appearances as you travel through the various time zones. You meet characters who explain their plight and what's going on in each time zone, as well as imparting their knowledge of the Firstborn. The story isn't the biggest deal when it comes to a first-person shooter that focuses as hard onto the combat as a game like Jericho does, but it's really great that the story is as involved as it is, with loading screens telling you little snippets as well as cutscenes and in-game dialogue where characters reveal things to each other. It didn't need to be this deep, but it is, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Jericho's biggest flaw is that the gameplay lacks variety, and for a horror game standpoint, it's not frightening, but it's atmospheric, gory, and I'd heard the game was worse than I ended up actually finding it. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I loved looking at the architecture, I didn't touch anything and advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Hollowbody is a third-person psychological horror game where you play as Mika, who while searching for a missing partner ends up in a car crash in the ruins of an English city. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The game's atmosphere is dense. A constant heavy ambiance fills the air, with the game's soundtrack being not much more than a howling, near unending wind that breaches the destroyed, colourless realm that is the exclusion zone. Everything is long dead and so bleak and empty that it feels like the soul of the very environment has been sucked out of it. There's long dead corpses frozen in time, faded wallpaper, and the buildings have collapsed in on themselves, letting the rain pour in.
Oh, God.
The atmosphere is of this deep sadness and isolation. You shouldn't be here. Nobody should be here. It's like a tomb for those who couldn't leave in time, and the story does a decent job of painting how bleak things were before this cursed land sat left to the elements for 20 years.
I guess I'll see you after. Yeah. I hope so. Drink up.
But despite the game not being that long, what hurts the atmosphere the most is how little it changes, being pretty much the same throughout the entire game. All of the environments feel identical and don't differ visually much either, with the city streets, the graveyard, and the sewer all feeling the same as the tower block at the start of the game. The atmosphere is good, but eventually it just becomes depressing and tiring since it's just so lifeless. The game also has a lot of large areas with very little in them, and some puzzles require a great deal of backtracking, forcing you through the same dead areas over and over. The atmosphere at its core is very good, but it really needed more variety to be great. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Besides some minor jump scares that can be startling, there's very little in the game to find frightening. The game's enemies are initially interesting in design, and the first encounters with them can be intimidating, but they're mainly just creepy obstacles. They pose too little of a threat for the number of weapons and ammunition you can acquire if you decide to even fight them, since they can be easily outmaneuvered when you're not trapped in a room with them. By the late game, they're more of an annoyance than a threat, with them clogging up corridors to slow you down. Hollowbody has one or two unique moments of something strange appearing briefly to disappear and never be acknowledged, and these were easily the best part of the game's attempt at scaring the player, which would have been great for the psychological elements if they were used more, instead of just once or twice. Ultimately, the game leaned far harder into the atmosphere, and the game's scares really weren't attempted much at all. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. A discordant jumble of tones makes the sewer section feel like sanity is breaking down. Muffled screams and wailing cries come together into a nauseating dirge. Several pieces of the tower block have a shuddering synth that sounds like a door being dragged across the floor. But the large majority of the game is that howling synthetic wind, a monotonous drone that's also surprisingly loud, being very noticeable over the sound effects, making the game feel empty when it's gone. The ambiance is filled with the rain sounds and very impressive thunder, adding more to the sadness. The sound effects themselves are fairly good. The gun noises are about all there is that cuts above the game's music, and they sound really satisfying. The beeping of various menus and the item pickup sounds are very reminiscent of Silent Hill, the game's obvious inspiration.
Oh, great. It's you.
Murderer. You have blood on your hands.
Look, I don't know what those things were.
Murderer.
Can you stop saying that? Fuck.
The voice acting is alright. Some of Mika's lines are a bit wooden, with the delivery feeling a bit lifeless, though some of the flashbacks are done very well and the phone call entity sounds pretty great. The flashbacks themselves are soaked again in the game's music, like they're struggling to be heard.
You've not touched your dinner.
I'm not hungry.
Did you guys eat after work? Or...
I'm not hungry.
The game's reverb is used really well, with many environments feeling spacious and dark, and the directional audio was functional without a flaw. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. There's only one instance of gore that's memorable, and it's a standout moment in the game with an open heart cavity on display. The game didn't really need any gore, and if it wasn't for the sort of logic puzzles you expect in psychological horror, it's arguable it didn't really need this either. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. In the distant future, a battered West England has been left to decay after years of hardship and abandonment, and Sasha, who recently joined a research team operating in the remains, goes missing. Her partner Mika goes into the exclusion zone to find her when a hovercar crashes, leaving her stranded in the ruins of West England. The game splits its storytelling into the flashbacks, which are little snippets of important moments and personal tales, as told by memories accessed through Mika's radio. They're heartfelt and depressing glimpses into people's lives, and the other half being notes and letters which explain larger action going on by the corporations and private security contractors that dealt with the situation at the time. The story is incredibly depressing no matter what angle you look at it, with the general public being thrown under the bus so large pharmaceutical companies and other entities could take advantage of the situation, with Sasha and Mika's issues feeling very small at the end of the day. The game's ending is just as depressing as the main story, with it all becoming very obvious that there's no light at the end of the tunnel. The game's story is good, but it is difficult to enjoy being so tremendously bleak, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. I didn't really end up enjoying Hollowbody as much as I thought I would. The atmosphere is great and it's functionally fine, but it felt like a bit of a drag, with some of the optional puzzles making no sense and being no fun to solve, but at least they were optional, as well as the overwhelming bleakness of the story just being tiring by the end. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I didn't solve the optional puzzles, I didn't let this bother me and advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Manhunt 2 is a third-person stealth horror game where you play as Danny, as he's released from a mental hospital and goes on a killing spree to find out about the past that was kept from him. The game is available on PC, Nintendo Wii, PlayStation 2, and PSP. Atmosphere. The atmosphere starts off really strong inside the asylum, as Danny leaves his cell unarmed and vulnerable, with the guards and orderlies violently beating the patients around him. There's beaten bodies and bloodstains up and down the checkered floors, and the patients respond accordingly, violently attacking the guards in turn. And in the time it takes for Danny to escape from his cell to him leaving the asylum, he becomes a killer too.
Snap out of it, Danny! Fruitcake!
The game seems considerably less punishing than the first game, and your assailants or victims are much easier to defeat without requiring the game's stealth. Not quite as tenacious or relentless in their pursuit, which gives a lot of room for mistakes and does generally lead to less intense encounters. The game's environments range from run-down sex clubs to shady motels, but also office buildings and a movie set. The game doesn't consistently stick to the same grungy, nasty vibe that the original did, but what dramatically changes the feeling of each level is whether or not you have a gun, since using melee weapons and lurking in the shadows is still tense as you pick off your aggressors one by one, but using guns turns every level into a bloodbath as you pop heads and gun down everyone who gets in your way. It's an odd juxtaposition, and the power fantasy of being a gun-toting maniac that I can't deny was enjoyable dropped most of the tension from the game, as it seemed far too easy to destroy your foes at a distance, and was oftentimes just really fun. This kind of leaves the atmosphere with rare pockets of tension amongst what would otherwise be just a gory third-person shooter. It's far from a bad time, but the only thing that ties the atmosphere loosely to horror overall is the soundtrack, and the feeling that you're destroying your own life by continuing down this dark path of cold-blooded murder, even if it's in self-defense. Manhunt 2 is a little all over the place, from its eclectic environments to the unbalanced gameplay. It's far from bad, but it's not exactly close to atmospheric. That's no Harry Masons.
Hope you got a lot more killing in you.
Scares. The game's scares are extremely few and far between, with just a few minor jump scares that crop up throughout the game, and the possibility for things to go wrong during the stealth sections. Again, thanks to how easy it was to outsmart the enemy AI and get infinite use, instant kill weapons, there's very little to be afraid of, and once you get a gun it seems like the enemies should be afraid of you. There are a few scripted events, but thanks to the game's atmosphere being what it is, they rarely landed or even paid attention to if you had things to kill. The game didn't really try to scare the player much at all, and it shows. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The soundtrack is full of warbling, dark ambient pieces, the sort of things you hear saturating your nightmares, unsettling flourishes of odd sounds that play over a dead dirge or a shrill feeling of emptiness, the crying of a ghost or something akin to the stars dying. It's all extremely haunting. It's a surprisingly good soundtrack that isn't utilized or felt much in the game at all thanks to the gameplay. Some of the tracks do merge together, but they're all providing a similar feel.
It was either them or you. Remember that.
The rest of the game's audio is pretty decent, with the sound effects being pretty slick and sickening, like the sound of a body hitting the floor or a head popping when you pull off a headshot. The special kills you can do also had disturbingly realistic audio in places. The sound space is as good as the original was, and the directional audio, which is really important in a game like this, also works perfectly well. The dialogue for a lot of the enemies was very stereotypical and a bit cliche, with some of them being downright silly, but other characters like Leo and the Doctor were considerably better. There were some genuinely great pieces of voice acting in the game, but most of the time you just heard enemy dialogue which didn't really compare.
Is this my house?
Yes, it was torched. Pickman's orders.
And those were my kids?
Yes, and they are fine, by the way.
And my wife? What?
This is going to be painful, Danny, but I think you should see for yourself.
There's not much reverb in the game, but that wasn't a huge issue, and otherwise Manhunt 2's audio did a pretty good job. That's one Harry Mason.
Lock and load.
Gore. The game's gore is as legendary as the first game, with a lot of deeply unpleasant and gnarly kills, smashing heads and breaking people's backs in with a hammer. Though the big loss was that the gameplay's dominant strategy fought hard against the experimentation of kills. Style points don't really matter, and you don't get rewards or praise for performing gorier kills, which pushes you to performing the fastest kill possible using the most common reusable weapon, unless your curiosity got you to try otherwise. Which means there's only intrinsic value to trying to eke out more violent kill animations. There are special environmental kills this time around, and some of them were extremely gruesome, but again, the reward was just being able to see them, and they were quite difficult to set up or get enemies in the right area to perform them. The gun kills led to exploded heads, and there was a disturbing amount of detail in the PS2 models, with bits of teeth lodged in the broken stump of a head that was unpleasant to see. Really though, Manhunt 2's gore was pretty awesome, but the game didn't encourage you or reward you enough to choose to be gory over being efficient. That's two Harry Masons. Story. You play as Danny, a confused amnesiac who was unexpectedly set free in a mental hospital with no memory of his past. Shortly after release, he's pushed into going on a rampage of self-defense and self-discovery by his friend Leo, who encourages Danny to take his anger out on the project, a secret experiment they were both part of that Leo claims wronged them both, encouraging Danny to hunt down its members and kill them. The story was surprisingly good, though most of the major plot twists were fairly obvious and I ended up figuring them out long before they were meant to be revealed. But there was also some enemy dialogue you could overhear that gave away major plot points far too early as well. The game jumps forwards and backwards to different points in time and tries its best to gaslight you into believing the wrong thing, and the multiple choice ending leaves Danny room for redemption even if his actions throughout the game would state otherwise. Manhunt 2's story is far better than I was anticipating, but probably not that original or unique overall, making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. I had a shocking amount of fun with this game, and despite me complaining about the guns destroying the horror, they were an absolute blast. It's not a great horror game, but I'd much prefer playing this again than having another go at the first installment. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I felt a little bad for all the murders, I didn't give them a single chance, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Sorry We're Closed is a third-person, story-driven survival horror game that follows Michelle as she's preyed on by a powerful demon that wants to date her. The game is available on PC, PlayStation and Xbox consoles, and Nintendo Switch. Atmosphere. From the very beginning, Sorry We're Closed has a dreamy, off-kilter feel. The music is lopsided and unsettling, and the world is filled with bright colours, vibrant characters with unique personalities and a buzzing nightlife feel to it, even before you begin engaging with demons. Michelle gains the power to click her fingers and open her third eye to see the demon realm, and the game has you switching between the two frequently. The design of both can be pretty unique, with the real world's urban untidiness juxtaposing the demon realm's gothic and sometimes metallic rustiness. In aesthetics alone, the game is very unique, with even Michelle herself in pink and blue contrasting heavily against the dark environments. What really gives the game its feel, though, is the dialogue and the themes at play, with unhealthy relationships being the main core of the game. Multiple characters are unhappy in both their professional and personal relationships, and there's a lot of uncomfortable dialogue and despair that comes from the foreboding feeling that Michelle herself, as well as other characters around her, will end up unhappy or worse if Michelle can't help them figure things out. The character dialogue can still be funny and entertaining in places, and characters are realistically portrayed despite the game's fantasy elements, but there's a lot of heavy themes and symbolism to express how dangerous unhealthy relationships can be, with violent characters hurting others as well as showing what the psychological damage can be in the long term. It gives the game this oppressive feel, that whilst not necessarily the kind of fear you experience when your life is at risk, it's the kind of fear you experience when your happiness is at risk. Sorry We're Closed has a very unique spin on what foreboding is, and it may not be for everyone, but it's refreshing to see something so different. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. A lot of the game's scares are conceptual, with the symbolic representation of dangerous relationships really being something that will speak more to some than to others. The game is happy to show you the horrible consequences of dating the demon that stalks you, with other victims being monstrosities with self-destructive personalities that turned into representations of the desires they had in life. It's scary to think about the consequences and damage relationships can do, especially when heaven, hell, demons, and angels are involved. Outside of this, the gameplay also has some tense moments with the combat. Michelle can stun enemies by snapping her fingers to reveal their hearts for extra damage and less ammo used, but she can only do this at close range, and this puts a fair amount of pressure on hitting the target because if you don't, you're vulnerable to be getting hit back. And there's a fair number of close calls and some panic you can get as more complex and mobile enemies turn up for you to take a shot at. The combat and the concepts are all there really is in terms of the scares, and it executes both pretty well. Again, some might find this lacking, but it's really up to your taste. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. Soft keyboards and uneven beats colour the game world. Sing-song type melodies, sweet and deceptive, paint a dream that's shattered by the demon realm's dark, dissonant and unearthly tones. Grinding sounds, whispering voices, and the deep rumbles in the dark. The soundtrack also has some vocal pieces which give an odd feeling to the boss battles. The game's sound effects can be pretty bizarre, with some of the guns growling after a reload, and the magical effects of slipping between realms feels pretty special. There's no voice acting, but there are vocal effects some characters give as they talk, laughing and gasping as reactions to the dialogue. There's some basic directional audio and reverb, but really there's not too much to the sound design, and its contents is unique and it gets the job done. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's some bright red gore in the game, and some again mainly conceptual things with transformations into disgusting creatures being on the table. The game's symbolism also sometimes uses gore to represent the emotional damage characters take, and this can be pretty disturbing when it's suddenly thrust upon you. There's not a great deal of gore in the game, but what is there is utilised really well. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The game begins following in the wake of Michelle's breakup with her previous partner, and she's now living a mundane life as a cashier. When she's visited at night by a demon that wants to date her, she's horrified by this but quickly swept up in a battle of the realms as her close friend Robin turns out to be a demon too. The game's story is pretty complex, with again relationships being the main theme of it. There's lots of choices to be made during the game to steer you more towards one of the game's multiple endings, and a lot of the decisions seem sometimes heavy and sometimes harmless, but they all have an impact that affect other things down the road. The game's dialogue is obviously where 90% of the story is, and it's all pretty great. The characters are all really well written, sometimes silly and other times endearing, as they tell you about their lives and try to give you advice on yours. The designs reflect who they are as people, and it makes it harder to say no to some people and easier to feel their plight even when some of their problems are self-inflicted and they can't see it. The story was pretty great and engaging all the way through, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. I wasn't expecting to like this game as much as I did going in, but I think that it rides a great deal of its horror and emotional themes on subject matter that might not affect everyone. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got loads of wowzers, I didn't date the demon and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Massacre at the Mirage is a first-person horror game where you play as various people in and around the Mirage cinema as a strange supernatural clown goes on a killing spree in the area. The game is available on Steam.
Hey, dude, this shitter is occupied. What the fuck? Look, man, I don't want any trouble. What the hell are you?
Atmosphere. The game tries to embrace a lot of 80s culture and horror tropes and packages it into a homage with a lot of cliche stuff. Killer clowns, almost cartoonish style deaths, and an 80s synth soundtrack that pulses in the background.
Hey, did you knock over this barrel?
Characters sound edgy, goofy, and dramatic, and the neon signs make the misty streets glow. Even the game's premise plays into the horror tropes, with horror fans getting together to watch a scary movie at the Mirage in their homemade costumes. It's not terrifying, it's just fun. The game's atmosphere is like a comedic parody of horror, an oversaturated caricature of it. There's a lot of sleaze and lowbrow stuff in the game, and whilst it and the game's silly minigames end up draining a lot of sincerity from the experience, it doesn't stop the game from having brief moments of eeriness as the killer interacts with the various characters.
Well, that was fucking weird.
Which is unfortunately all there is to the game's tense moments. Its normal gameplay is largely spent with you serving customers at the Mirage or performing tasks in other stores, and whilst it's enjoyable, it's neither creepy nor eerie, and the way the game predictably delivers its scares leaves the atmosphere feeling weak outside of its horror themes. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. The vast majority of the game's scares are highly scripted events, with the killer clown arriving and quickly dispatching characters in gory and fun ways. All of the interactions are very on rails, and most of the time the only input you have is to push a button to move the text on, making them feel more like cutscenes.
What kind of a sick joke is this? Wait.
Though the game's actual cutscenes are really creepy and borderline disturbing, it's a shame that the same amount of effort wasn't put into other parts of the game. There is the possibility that some of the jump scares could startle during the scripted sequences, but the lack of atmosphere that persists throughout the game and how predictable some of these felt made it difficult for them to affect me personally. The death scenes themselves are still really amusing and entertaining though, not many of them are actually frightening, with most just being vaguely creepy or fun in a slasher sort of way. Later on in the game, there's a few moments where you defend yourself from the killer clown with both bat and shotgun, and they're essentially quick-time events you need to pass in order for you to stay alive. They're still pretty scripted, but feel more involved. Overall, the game scares are very on rails, and once you realize how scripted the game is, it could hurt the experience for you. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's music is a great selection of 80s inspired synth rock pieces, though the horror and tension tracks are a bit more generic with just some eerie winding tones to put you on edge, which aren't really used enough. The game's environmental audio is extremely sparse, with a lot of the game taking place in total silence, with just the game's sound effects breaking up some of these long periods of time of absolutely nothing. Though the sound effects themselves sound pretty great, with a lot of detail to the sickening splats and gore effects, though there's again a lack of sound effects on certain things, with moviegoers walking up to the ticket booth in absolute silence, which along with the lack of audio of any of the environments can hurt the immersion pretty badly. The game's voice acting is a little spotty with the kind of technical problems you have with individually recorded lines.
Why do I have to work on Halloween again this year? What a drag.
There's some minor discrepancies like mouses clicking and some people sounding way bassier thanks to differing microphone qualities, and some lines are delivered awkwardly, though some characters also have ridiculous voices in general, and it's clearly not meant to be taken that seriously.
Good evening, Nika. Yes, you'll be running the snack bar tonight, but I need you to do a couple of things before we open.
Though these technical problems are still very noticeable, how much they affect the experience will really be up to you. The directional audio works really well, and it's on most things. The reverb is also present for a lot of the game. The sound design has a lot of problems, and some of them may contribute to the atmosphere's lacking feeling and also generally hurt the immersion. So that's still no Harry Masons. Gore. The gore in the game is pretty great, with the cheesy deaths of the characters being not only entertaining in a slasher movie style, but somewhat shocking and downright disturbing in some parts, with severed heads, people consuming acid impalements, and other nasty things befalling most characters. The gore is not only pretty awesome, it's really fun to see. That's one Harry Mason. Story. The game's story follows various characters as they get together for the Midnight Horror Mania show at the Mirage Cinema. The individual storylines aren't hugely interesting, but seeing them all fall one by one gives the game the feeling of progression and inevitability that always works well in slasher films, as you start seeing the killer clown in areas closer and closer to the Mirage. There's some individuality to the characters and some funny lines to make them feel more realistic, but the story isn't that deep, and for a slasher-inspired game, it didn't really need to be, making the final score 2 out of 5 Harry Masons. I really actually enjoyed Massacre at the Mirage, and I'm pretty disappointed to have to fail it on so many points for more critical and technical reasons. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I definitely would have ordered popcorn, I wouldn't have had it with a side of clown, and advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. White Day: A Labyrinth named School is a first-person survival horror game where you play as a new student in a school with a dark past that sneaks into the grounds at night to deliver a diary to a girl he's interested in. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation and Xbox consoles, and Nintendo Switch. atmosphere. Shortly after arriving, the shutter locks behind you and you witness a student being clubbed to the ground by one of the janitors, which sets the tone quickly. There's something horribly wrong with the school, with the vague feeling of the paranormal and the brutality of the night watch. The school at night has an electric feel, a sort of unrest, and the thing that keeps the atmosphere tense is the near constant presence of the janitors, which lurk in areas around the school and are very perceptive as enemies. They'll investigate areas they think are suspicious, coming over to check if a light is left on in the classroom or if they hear you making noises. They'll also, more surprisingly, come looking for you if they see you through a hallway window from another part of the school, causing you to duck and hide even if you don't know where they are. The janitors are always on your tail, which can be both a pro and a con. Whilst hiding from them and crawling around behind tables to avoid being seen can be really tense, based on your luck and proficiency with staying stealthy, it can also get tiring to spend a lot of time hiding from them, as creeping around in dark classrooms waiting for them to leave doesn't stay tense forever. The game also uses a light mechanic, meaning that you need to turn lights on or use a lighter to see items in dark rooms, which can also alert the janitors, which is a fun trade-off. This usually works pretty well, but it's confounding when a giant room-sized enemy can't be seen without the lighter. It's a little strange, but mostly a beneficial mechanic. Without the janitors, the corridors of the school can still be vaguely spooky on their own, especially at the start with the dusty wooden floorboards and the eerie whispering wind that fills your ears. The game also has a ton of various folklore tales and history to the rooms, which adds a lot to it as well. The atmosphere consists of just some spooky corridors and a persistent enemy, but it's more than enough to keep it going, though sometimes the hiding can get a bit tedious. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. There are a lot of randomly playing sound effects that can catch you by surprise. Most are just startling, but some sounds can lure you to another one, almost completely at random. Obviously this has pros and cons, and some can be totally ignored, but when they catch you off guard it can be pretty startling. The real fear is supposed to come from the paranormal entities and the janitors. In the long run, hiding from the janitors can end up losing its edge, as their perceptiveness can lead to extended periods of hiding, and eventually make hiding from them feel a chore. The paranormal entities do range from being showcase pieces that are impressive but not very frightening, to randomly spawning ghosts that float towards you, and the result in a fairly intense jump scare. These of course range, and some didn't get their chance to interact much at all, but they are at least interesting and varied, with moments like the rooftop swimming pool ghost being really intense, as well as some of the random jump scares you can get throughout the game. Its effectiveness will vary, but it tries enough things that it'll eventually get you. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. There's a constant shifting presence in the halls of the school, with the random sound effects of things banging and creaking, opening and closing, and a general sense of unrest being part of the environment around you. It's like you're not alone, but following any of these sounds to their source reveals nothing, like you imagined it. The game's ambient music layers just over this, as again, it's a shifting, undulating, whispery tone, barely perceptible as you creep along the hallways, a gust of wind or a groan that slithers up the corridors. The real music tends to kick in randomly with plucking instruments and vocal wailing that combines to raise the intensity. Along with dealing with the boss fight music, there's several intense pieces throughout the game, heavy on drums and eerie tones. The game's got voice acting for a few characters you meet, and most of it is really, really good.
It's a good thing we're here.
together, though. This school is so old. It's always scary in here, but tonight I think it's even worse. They say many people committed suicide here. Apparently it was at its worst when the school was new.
The directional audio works really well and the reverb is immersive enough. The sound design has a fun few quirks and ends up being pretty important to the atmosphere. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's very little to no gore in the game that I saw whilst playing, but the game's scenario didn't really seem to need any either. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. You play as a new transfer student who sneaks into his school at night to return a diary to a girl he's interested in, along with a gift. After arriving at the school, it's apparent that this is not a great idea and there's something extremely wrong going on after hours. There's a lot of interactions with 2 other girls that sneak around a school at night, with your choices affecting the ending of the game you get, along with several other things as well. Some of them are romantically angled, which feels a little odd based on the situation that they're all in, and also some of the endings don't quite explain what happens to other characters after you walk away, with the game ending being a bit abrupt. Some other endings and New Game Plus modes also allow the game to continue onwards a lot longer than I was able to get from a single playthrough, so the game at least rewards returning players. But what makes the bulk of the story is the overwhelming amount of notes, essays, and diary entries you can find laying around that explain the nature of some ghosts to the school's history, and lots of other lore, and fleshes out the Korean folklore and its unique ghosts and ghouls. There's a deep past to the school, and 90% of it is told through notes, which can be a little tiring and become a chore to read, even if most of it is written pretty well. Story on its own is hard to decipher without the notes, however, to give it context to events and why certain things are even happening, so there's a lot of confusion that can arise with that as well. Depending on your choices of both dialogue options and how much you read, the story can range pretty wildly, though most of it was fairly interesting regardless of how much of it you ended up consuming. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. White Day certainly had some flaws, but tried a lot of different things that eventually resulted in the game doing well. I won't pretend there weren't points where I wandered off whilst hiding since the janitors took so long to leave an area, but that's probably the game's greatest flaw for me personally. It was still a strange and unique game with a few mechanics that worked really, really well. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that I will not be visiting the school after dark and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. The Last Door Season 2 is a point-and-click adventure game that continues on from the events of the first season, with new protagonist Dr. Wakefield searching for his missing patient and delving into the dark corners of the Vale. The game is available on Steam, GOG, iOS, and Android. Atmosphere. Even in its quietest, most subdued moments, The Last Door manages to still feel dusty and disturbed. The sound of rumbling beckons from below. The streets of busy towns are harbouring something, and the quiet villages are filled with people who are watching you. Urgent piano and soft, sad strings back you as the constant outsider, prodding and poking at things better left undisturbed. The game's pixel art allows some things to be obscured and unclear, but still provides enough detail for the identity of important things to never be in question. The feeling changes from chapter to chapter as you explore mansions, haunted chapels, and ancient towns, looking for the forbidden wherever the breadcrumbs lead you, and the gothic horror vibe that it presents on its surface with the aesthetics and time period keeps the game feeling creepy. Characters say unsettling and ominous things that reinforce the feeling that something bad is coming. In brief moments, the game leans into dread as it reveals the true darkness beneath, but these moments are rare. It's mainly a subtle feeling of spookiness that follows from moment to moment. As a point-and-click game with a heavier emphasis on the unknown and cosmic horror, the game still has puzzles that really require the same sort of madness you'd expect of cosmic horror to understand. This can cause some sections to drag as you try everything with everything, and the final chapter, whilst being the most atmospheric, really requires the most thinking outside the box to achieve. It can ruin the experience to use a guide, but some of the more unsettling moments in the game are things you'd never think to actually try. Ultimately, the atmosphere is great, but your tolerance of point-and-click puzzle solving will really hinge on how much of the atmosphere you resonate with. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game has some traditional frightening moments spread out across the 4 chapters with some minor jump scares, and these worked reasonably well for a point-and-click game, but what it did best was creating deeply unsettling moments by way of you interfering with things you don't really understand, and several forces that are at play are more than happy to remind you that you're not supposed to be here or doing the things that you're doing, creating off-putting scenarios that make you want to leave immediately. Though it's again difficult to call the game scary. There's a lot of cosmic horror concepts that really benefit the atmosphere more than the scares, and whilst The Last Door makes a valiant effort to make the game scary, it's too few and far between in a point-and-click adventure game. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. Beautiful, remorseful, and mysterious piano fills your ears as you discover the various secrets around the missing patient you're searching for, alongside some more unsettling string pieces. But in the final chapter, the familiar piano that's followed you since the first season gives way to this mesmerizing, whispery choir that drifts in like a dream and lingers like a headache. The music goes a long way to really help the atmospheres of their limited graphics, and it's honestly really impressive. The game's sound effects besides this are a little bare, with mainly footsteps and doors, clicks and the occasional rattling sound. Some are pretty eerie, like the ticking clock in the Netherworld mansion, and the crying baby you can hear if you spend too much time staring at a painting is deeply unsettling. There's directional audio sometimes, though it's not hugely necessary in a game like this, and the voice acting is in very specific scenarios and sounds pretty good even if it's hard to gauge. The game uses reverb really well, and it again helps the immersion of the environments. The sound design is really great and sells the game and its immersion even further. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. The game doesn't really have any gory moments and it fits the story and scenarios just fine. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. You play as Dr. Wakefield, who searches for his missing patient Jeremiah Devitt, who disappeared into the eponymous Last Door. Wakefield, determined to find his patient, embarks on a journey to discover what happened to him. The game's story is fairly reliant on your recollection of events from the first season, but does its best to explain. It's still very enjoyable on its own, with a lot of great scenarios that trickle intrigue as you explore the darker and more disturbing aspects of the themes that were brought up in the first season, sprinkling in gothic and folk horror in places as you go to different locations. Being linked to cosmic horror, a lot of the game's more interesting elements are experienced through character interactions with people that have seen things that you haven't, and the dialogue as a result can be pretty great as you hear tales of the madness that are bound to come, even if the people you talk to are deliberately vague. It was difficult sometimes to see how one thing led to another, with what seems to be deliberate gaps in time as you enter one dead end and arrive somewhere else. But the story of Wakefield's search and the secret society that protects this veil that's behind the Last Door continues to be really fascinating, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. The Last Door as a series has been very entertaining, and the atmosphere and music always deliver in my opinion. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I almost left the real world behind, I didn't give in, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Dredge is a third-person fishing game with horror elements, where you play as a lone fisherman trying to make a living and finding cursed items for a mysterious antiquarian. The game is available on PlayStation, PC, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and also your phone. Atmosphere. Whilst fundamentally a simple game about fishing, Dredge has a lot of dark undertones. One of the first things you're told is not to be out at sea after the sun goes down, and whether you decide to heed this warning or not, this adds time pressure to the day, as the clock rapidly ticks your precious daylight hours away. The small boat you start off with is both fragile and slow, and straying too far away from the docks gives an uneasy feeling, like you're vulnerable. Open oceans, even during the day, have a feeling of being vast and incomprehensible. You're a small fish in a big sea. Even when your ship is upgraded, sailing the open sea has a sense of grandeur, but also this feeling that malice is lurking just below the surface. Things like the relaxing but somewhat troubled piano music of the opening areas convince you that despite Dredge's disarming appearances, something is wrong. The game has a lot of management to make things almost tactical, with equipment and storage management being strong limitations on what you can and can't do before you leave on your voyage, making sure you've got the right fishing rods and enough storage to hold all the things that you want. But the game's main management feature is time management, as everything requires time that causes daylight to slowly slip through your fingers. The fishing itself has odd twists on certain parts of it to twinge the mundane with the fantastical. Some of the fish you catch arrive with unique aberrations. Fish of many eyes or many mouths, fish constructed of stone or ones that are psychic, find their way into your net for you to sell. These waters are not normal, and every new one gives you a reason to pause and check what you found with an odd sense of mystery and wonder. Where the atmosphere reaches its zenith, though, is when the sun goes down. The atmosphere changes rapidly, the time pressure mounts, and the hallucinations that come with your deteriorating sanity really push you into paranoia. Not all of the threats lurk below, and it almost causes a panic as you try and make it back to the dock before you're taken to the depths. But it's things like the upgrade paths, the promise of more equipment, staying out just a little bit longer to fish a little bit more, or dredging more materials. You did this to yourself, you're paying for your own mistakes. Dredge's atmosphere is mostly in the unassuming, but it's a constant, uneasy vibe that lurks under the whole game. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game doesn't really try to frighten the player very much until the sun goes down. The only thing you can argue is an attempt to frighten the player during the day being the limited hull health and navigating tight spaces. Or, as the game goes on, the more aggressive monster-grade fish of the later game. But most of these are difficultly related and arguably scary. When the daylight fades, the nighttime hallucinations blur the line between the real horrors that lurk below and your weary mind magicking up its own. A tornado of weird smoke flies towards you in the darkness. You suddenly can't see rocks as well, and you might plunge into them. Other boats appear and try to ram you, but what really goes the hardest are the colossal fish that can appear to chase your tiny boat until you find somewhere to stay the night, and encountering them is about as frightening as the game gets. Dredge is not a scary game, and the times when it is frightening are very few and far between, but it really does have its moments now and then. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The dedication to the recreation of ocean sounds is beyond commendable, with fishing the deep water sounding delightfully realistic. Bubbles float up from the depths, the rain and the waves clash gently together, and the seagulls squawk in the distance. Sound effects like the dredging winch are really satisfying, and it's hard to find a sound effect in the game that isn't captured and treated with the utmost realism and care. The game's soundtrack is the same, with its pieces varying per area, with some really somber piano to represent the opening area and more desperate string and flute parts colour other sections of the game. It's full of mystery and unease. There's no voice acting, and the directional audio works really well with all the other sound effects that are constantly making the game feel more immersive. Even the little piano jingles you hear when you pick up another aberration feel tailor-made to giving you a feeling of uncertainty. Overall, the sound design is brilliant. That's two Harry Masons. Gore. There's no gore in the game, and it didn't really seem like it would have benefited from any. That's three Harry Masons. Story. Dredge follows an unnamed fisherman as they sail to Greater Marrow, where they are seeking employment, when a disaster strikes as their boat gets caught on the rocks. After awakening, the mayor greets them to tell them that their ship has been repaired at his cost and you must make that money back by fishing. Even though you know something is wrong immediately from the way the game feels, the story reveals many of its hidden secrets very slowly, mostly from the gratifying way of letting you find these things of your own volition. Searching for new places to fish and rest the night leads you to the antique collector, who asks you to find some questionable artifacts for him. Some of the character stories are really interesting and some of them feel a bit stunted. A few ended up feeling very plain and didn't seem to go anywhere, though even some of the more interesting ones just seem to end without much resolution, though this is only a few of them. The biggest disappointment was in the way that the game could be brought to an end by prematurely doing something that didn't really feel like it was the end of the game, and left my playthrough feeling incomplete as a result. The overarching story depends on really what you want from the game, to fill out the fishing journals and the diary entries, to uncover the secrets of the island, to help the collector, to understand your past, and so on. However rewarding these are varies. The story is lacking in some places, but it was still intriguing in others, though your mileage may vary. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Dredge was a really relaxing and thoroughly enjoyable game that captivated me from start to finish. Its fishing was simple yet rewarding to the point that I'd enjoy it even if it didn't have the associated cosmic horrors that came along with it. But luckily for us, it did. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I always got my haul, I didn't give in to the collector and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Fear and Hunger is a brutal dark fantasy RPG set in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, where multiple characters brave the darkness and madness that lurk within. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The game's main theme is desperation. The depraved and darkened prisons and caves hide a terrifying feeling of malice. Everything is out to get you. You're constantly being pushed to deal with bad situations the game leads you into. Enemies are brutal and the combat is unforgiving. The game doesn't adhere to the sort of expected game logic you'd find in a lot of other RPGs, and instead presents you with the cold reality that standing on a rusty nail will eventually lead to you dying from an infection. Things are unrewarding, and the game is full of traps and doesn't provide much relief from the unending, oppressive feeling you get from exploring. There's an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Death lurks around every corner, and you never have what you need when you need it. The game's dark fantasy themes also provide a feeling of emptiness, spirituality and loneliness beyond the limited view distance of its bleak environments. You hear of gods but only see monsters. People say they want to help but then betray you. Kindness is a commodity that the game can't spare. There's a fine line between life and death that has you constantly balancing your luck on a coin toss. Everything feels final, every benefit a cruel trick. It's all a joke at your expense, and the game always wins. Fear and Hunger feels like few other games do, that you're really out of luck. This place is depraved, and you shouldn't have come here. That's one Harry Mason. scares. Just a few of the game's scares come from traditional things, like the piano stab when an enemy sees you and begins to give chase, to entities moving around and lurking on the edge of your peripheral vision. Since everything can be a threat, anything that comes out of the darkness at you is inherently terrifying. Some of the fear comes from anything new, and lots of enemies have specific powers or the ability to do horrible things. The combat itself generates fear, with dealing with enemies being a real luck-based challenge. Each foe has their own specific way of being defeated, whilst you try and take as little damage as possible, which you won't know how to do the first time, and even if you do, combat can be over extremely quickly, since it's really just luck that keeps you from having your arms and legs torn off by the first monster you see in its opening move. But the remainder of the fear comes from the themes and concepts that the game provides, with its otherworldly harshness. Joining in on the rabbit cult may restore your health the first time you visit, but failing a coin toss, and it's game over as you lose your mind and stay having sex with them forever. Losing fights doesn't always just result in a game over, and can instead lead you to witness some horrifying death scenes as your skin is removed and you're beaten to a pulp, or worse. Meddling with anything feels inherently a bad idea, and there's a certain paranoia you can get from interacting with anything, a sense of unease that's only alleviated by how the game, on its default difficulty, has beds as fixed save points, allowing you the room to experiment as long as you aren't kidnapped or killed in your sleep. Attempting terrible and depraved things just to see if it'll give you an edge over the things that assail you can also result in a cowering indifference to the game. So what? Did you expect something good from what you did? The true fear of Fear and Hunger is how uncaring it is that your plight means nothing. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The feeling of darkness and hopelessness is conveyed beautifully through the sparse, dissonant and disturbing music, the sound of flies, the pensive tapping of some hi-hats, and something that sounds like the scraping of a wardrobe being pulled across a wooden floor, eventually gives way to a pulsing, biological rumble of what sounds like the literal belly of the beast. Whilst the soundtrack is full of strange and unnerving sounds that come together to give off an unnatural feeling that you get while exploring the game's dungeons, some of the sound effects can be really good, but some don't match up too well with what's happening. Using a bone saw has a very strange, rather tame sawing effect that's followed up by a gut-wrenching, snapping bone effect that's difficult to stomach. But for the most part, things like the enemies howling, the eerie whimpers and whines, doors opening and closing, and other more generic sound effects suit their parts really well. There's no voice acting and not a lot of directional audio either, though the game didn't really need a lot of it. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. The gore in the game is represented both visually in its grim art style and in the horrifying conceptual things, with sexual violence as well as good old-fashioned brutality being both difficult to stomach visually and deeply unpleasant any way you think about it. Fear and Hunger spares you nothing. Decapitations and dismemberments are a big thing in the game. Enemies die faster without heads, but it can also be you sawing off your own infected foot instead of dying, as well as losing an arm in battle. Either will result in your character crawling on the floor, determined to brave the darkness. Blood rituals and blood-stained altars, corpses and ritual sacrifices are everywhere. Decapitated to gods you don't know. You can resort to cannibalism to survive. You can murder people in cold blood for no reason. There's also blood magic and other avenues of torment that neither playthrough ventured into, but it's not hard to believe that Fear and Hunger would dare go to them. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. Fear and Hunger begins with you choosing your character and has an appropriately bleak and depressing backstory for each one. The two we tried had travelling to distant lands that changed them and being betrayed by the countries they worked for. The game has a ton of interesting story that can be difficult to uncover, with random books being the only place you can really read about some aspects of the story, that you again must flip a coin to determine if you'll even find, but the books can also take you to different lands and have you meeting with new gods, which was absolutely fascinating. A lot of the story feels like you're uncovering something forbidden and terrible, and you can even find and attempt to open the Necronomicon. So books often have a vague crossover with real-life things or things founded in other media. The lore is very deep and varied, and lots of it can seem irrelevant and still hold some weight to the events in parallel with the plot. It's hard to fully appreciate the story without spending even more time delving into old tomes and the limited chance that you even have to read them, but the game's story is incredibly enticing to try and delve into, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Big thanks to Ruby who captured the night playthrough, which helped a lot to bolster the footage. Fear and Hunger is a dark and bleak game that I was expecting to find an arduous chore to play, but whilst it's punishing, at least the default difficulty does allow some room for hope, no matter how bleak the game itself is. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I ventured into the dungeons of Fear and Hunger, I didn't leave. Late Homework is a third-person survival horror game where you play as Hanako, a girl returning to her school to collect her homework. The game is available on Steam and itch.io. Atmosphere. From the very start, the game lays on the atmosphere thick with some dramatic shots of the bus that drops Hanako off at her school. The rain on the windows and the sound of the droning ambient fill the atmosphere with apprehension. She takes a tablet and talks of the horrors that she's heard of that lurk at the school at night. And unfortunately, she isn't wrong. There's blood and scrawling on the walls, the feeling of being watched but never seeing another soul, and the unearthly feeling that something is wrong that's well beyond comprehension going on at the school. The game feels like a nightmare, and that feeling continues throughout. The atmosphere peaks early and keeps going consistently. The game's singular enemy walks the halls waiting for you to make a mistake, and you can hear it slowly trudging its way around the corridors from nearly any area in the school, an unsettling reminder that your assailant is never too far away. The game's strongest point next to its sound design is the camera work, with the game using fixed camera angles in some places, a camera that you can use to follow Hanako around at the push of a button, and top-down perspectives and first-person sections to build mood and yet keep the feeling of apprehension and dread going almost all the way through the game. That's one Harry Mason. scares. Late Homework really only uses enemies and jump scares with a few unsettling scripted events. The enemy that walks the halls can certainly inflict fear at certain moments, but it's very easy to get away from it since it can't follow you through doors, meaning that escaping it is just a matter of running to the nearest door. The game provides you with 3 lives, but in my playthrough I walked away from the game unharmed simply by waiting patiently and running to the nearest door when it started to give chase. The chase music though is highly stress-inducing, so even if the monster never actually catches you, the act of simply chasing you is enough to be somewhat scary. The game's jump scares come at random points throughout the game, and there are very few and far between, with absolutely none of them feeling specifically cheap or predictable. It's sparing with them and delivers them excellently. Despite the main antagonist that's easy to get away from, it doesn't diminish the fear that you can get simply by getting away, and elsewhere the game doesn't try too hard with its scares, letting you stew in the atmosphere, sprinkling in unsettling moments here and there with a jump scare to shock you whilst you're on edge. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The sound of whispering voices fills the boys' bathroom, and a dark, ominous, breathy gush rushes up the corridor, like a metallic gust of air sweeping along the rooms. There's this high-pitched breathing sound that rises high over the dark rumble, like a robot whirring, followed by a digital bubbling. The sound design uses so many great, unique and ominous sounds that are once again steeped in that deep, spacious reverb that made Interior World so atmospheric. There's no voice acting, but every now and then there's the sound of what sounds like spoken words coming from random areas of the game, which is a strange but nice touch. The sound effects and music do a ton of heavy lifting for the atmosphere, and things like directional audio make the act of hiding in the classrooms, waiting for the monster to go by, really feel more immersive as you can hear its breathing moving from left to right as it drags itself down the corridors. The sound design is great. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's some blood splatters in random places, and it's always somewhat ominous to see, being a school. Certain things are written in blood, and the monster itself seems to be dripping blood constantly, but besides this, there's not much gore in the game, and it didn't really seem to need any more than the tasteful amount that it had. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The story begins with Hanako returning to school to collect some homework, which her mother warns her is dangerous, considering the things that go on at the school at night. But Hanako states she has to go since to her grades, it's a matter of life and death. And this foreboding conversation continues to haunt the rest of the game, as Hanako's mother's words are startlingly true, and the game reveals bit by bit a sinister plot going on at the school that's not only harrowing and invasive, but involves Hanako herself. The game tells the story mostly through notes and the occasional environmental piece of storytelling. The notes are really well written and some of them are chilling reads, but the downside of relying exclusively on notes is it's easy to miss key parts of the story. I walked away thinking I understood most of what was going on, but felt the story left a few blanks or didn't explain some things at all. Some things were very obvious, but others were a bit obscure. Otherwise it works well enough to tell its story, but it could have been better. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Light Homework was a surprisingly good game and clearly takes inspiration from things like Silent Hill and Resident Evil. It's about 2 or 3 hours long depending on your puzzle solving skills and generally manages to impress on both sound design and atmosphere. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got a passing grade, I won't be leaving homework till the last minute anymore and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Obscure is a third-person co-op survival horror game where some students sneak into a school at night after numerous reports of missing people goes too far. The game is available on PC, PlayStation 2, and original Xbox.
It's blocked! Let's push the cage away! It's too strong! Let's get out of here! Suck on this!
Atmosphere. The school you explore can range in appearance from just an average looking school to a creepy and run down wreck, and the further you go into the depths below, the creepier it gets. The setting sun reveals the untidiness of the school, but as the sun goes down, that gives way to darkness and the chilling winds rattling the broken windows of the empty classrooms. And finally, there's the narrow tunnels with the gnarled vines everywhere as you go deep underground. Lots of foreboding corridors and eerie-looking rooms. The environment itself is trying as hard as it can to give the game a sense of increasing dread as you continue to descend. There's also a steady increase in the amount of low rumbling as the game goes on, which is again has the effect of making things feel more intense. But despite this, the atmosphere never really gets too much. Even near its end, it has just a general feeling of creepiness being all it really manages to do, which is still enough to make the game feel electric, but not enough to give you the feeling of dread. And what hurts the atmosphere the most is the game's co-op. A lot of horror games with co-op in them struggle harder to deliver a creepy atmosphere when you're playing the game with your friends. When there's the option to goof around, then the game's horror elements struggle harder to affect the player. The feeling of danger in Dredge just doesn't quite manifest since you aren't as likely to take the game seriously. The game doesn't struggle as much from this when you use the game's AI companions, but that introduces frustration as the AI companions aren't as competent as an actual person, which puts Obscure in a bit of a difficult situation. The atmosphere is still good, but it doesn't really get as good as it could have been. That's one Harry Mason.
Guess I'm back down here.
I feel much better now.
Scares. There's a few jump scares and scripted events with enemies breaking through walls or appearing when you load into a room. These managed initially to startle you, but over time the impact faded. Some of the enemies and their designs were really interesting, and others were straight up horrifying with giant grotesque monsters the size of rooms, but the game's two-player combat made dealing with most of them almost trivial on the game's normal difficulty. This could change radically with the AI companions and their unpredictability, but most of the combat was a decisive victory for the player, with the game's resource management being very generous as long as you were pretty careful. A bit like Alan Wake, the game required you to focus your flashlight on the enemies to remove their shroud of darkness and be able to actually hurt them with your gunfire, which could lead to wasted rounds if you shot too early. This was about as complicated as the combat got, and even with several accidents, there was always enough healing items, ammo, and save items to make it through the game with relative ease. Obscure wasn't a frightening time, though it did manage to get a few scares in, but it was very much a fun time either way. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The game's soundtrack is a really fun selection of ominous choir, string and piano pieces ripped straight out of a chilling 18th century nightmare, but when the monsters arrive, so does the thunderous orchestral violence with stuttering strings and ominous horns. It sometimes feels out of place, but there's also no denying how the choir sneaking into some situations at random makes it feel like something incredible is about to happen. The game's voice acting can be pretty good, though some line deliveries are less than stellar, and characters like Stan can be sort of cheesy.
Stan, what are you doing here?
Nothing, dog. I'm just editing my notes. If you want, I can do the same for you for only $50.
Hey, stop clowning around.
And you? Why are you hanging around? Is something wrong?
What? Haven't you seen in the hallways? All the monsters creeping around? It's a real hellhole.
Though the constant repeating lines you hear over and over that you need to use to find items and other things could really have benefited from some variation in them to stop them from getting as repetitive as they obviously were going to.
I know there's something else. I just know there's something else.
There are no more locks.
The sound effects and everything from creatures howling to gunfire and smashing windows are really satisfying and done quite well, with nothing ever taking you out of the moment. There are some odd problems with the audio in certain parts of the game, but it's almost certainly down to the aging PC port and not something that's left a permanent stain on the game. The reverb was a little stunted, but again this didn't change much, and the directional audio had a few hiccups when changing camera angles, but again, small gripes over an overall good experience. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. A lot of the game's gore is presented in the enemy design, with the monsters having peeled flesh and bleeding out when they're gunned down. Despite this, outside of that, there's a surprising lack of gore, which makes the monster design more grotesque when you see them. It's a fun trade-off that makes the monsters all the more gnarly when they arrive. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. The game's story seems to be mainly about finding Kenny, but quickly evolves into a century-long travel back in time, with the school's history leading to the headmaster's brother who died in a plane crash, supposedly, and the various genetic experiments they made to prolong life. This was combined with a lot of story that you can find that tell grim tales about the experiments done on the students. The characters don't really change or evolve as the story progresses, and that's not a huge problem at the end of the day. Their remarks on current events now and then are a bit shallow, but compared to how fun to read the diary entries were, it's kind of negligible. The story was surprisingly interesting for something that seemed so shallow on the surface, and whilst it might be a little cliche, the rest of it was really fun. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Another thanks to Ruby, my co-op partner for the game. I ended up really liking Obscure, and playing it with a friend through Steam Remote Play made a big difference with that. The game's AI had made the experience a chore, and with real people it was a marked improvement. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I saved Kenny, I decided to take a break from education and advise you do as well. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching, and always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace.
Mommy didn't have time to clean up before leaving for Salzburg. A task force supermouth.
Bad Cheese is a first-person psychological horror game where you play as Kemek, who must perform chores to please your never-present mother and try not to upset your abusive father. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The game's art style is its natural draw, and it works pretty well at making the game feel surreal and unearthly, with the unhinged renditions of 1920s cartoons matching the dark themes of the game. It's deeply disturbing to see drawings of caterpillars bursting from your eyes and twisted, warped monstrosities filling the screen when you take damage. But even without it, there's also a lot of tension in walking down the black and white murky corridors. The environments are dimly lit with spiderwebs and that hand-drawn aesthetic on all of the furniture. Alongside the scratchy music and the sound of tape hiss backing the game, it feels like some kind of nightmare. Things make sense, but only in a cartoonish way, and that kind of logic is unreliable and adds a level of tension as you don't know what the game is going to throw at you next. Lots of events like the rat skeletons exploding seemingly happens for no logical reason, which is just plain unnerving. On its own, the atmosphere is pretty good, borderline nightmarish, but it's just not very consistent, sometimes seemingly dissipating as you do a task, and other times things get in the way or drag it down, like the overtly long hallway section and other things made the atmosphere harder to appreciate in certain sections. These do hinder the feeling of creepiness that the game exudes, and while some of them are quite substantial, these moments don't really ruin the game. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. A lot of the game's scares come from enemies jumping at you and latching onto your face, filling the screen with the game's horrifying creature designs. This can get a bit obnoxious, but it can also lead to surprisingly startling moments too. The enemies aren't too hard to avoid in most cases and are mostly just disturbing in how they look and the premise behind them, like the sock moths. The game's combat had the potential to be frightening with what is almost some really good arena shooting sections with lots of creepy monsters lunging towards you, being able to grab you, again filling the screen with their nightmarish visages. But there's a conflict in mechanics, as getting grabbed twice in one of the bigger fights made you practically blind, as more and more of the screen is taken up with monsters, and getting hit a third time, which was almost a given because you can't see, caused a game over and restarted the fight. This, combined with how the shooting mechanics relied mainly on slow-moving projectiles and projectiles with a curved arc, made actually hitting your enemies not only difficult but surprisingly unsatisfying and potentially frustrating. The game's singular chase section started off good, but was especially confusing, with it being a looping straight line, but it still had no clear way out of the area, leading to this part to stretch on for an obnoxiously long time, up to 10 minutes before it finally just ended, with no indication of what caused it to stop. The game could do scares, but often just had frustrating design choices that led to it shooting itself in the foot. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The 1920s music that plays in the background of a few sections is a very solid choice for something that's meant to be jolly, but ends up being unsettling with the horns and lopsided beats looping around your mundane chores in the darkened house, though probably the least interesting part of the sound design. There were some classic rumbles and repeating thuds and dirges, but outside of this, the music was pretty inventive, with some high-pitched skittering, the sound of skeletal teeth chattering that echoed in a dark reverb. A lot of it was pretty dissonant and surreal, like the rest of the game. The voice acting was deliberately cartoonish, with plenty of performances that felt period correct, with Momsy sounding as sing-song and sickly sweet as mothers were generally portrayed back then, and Kemek himself having a lisp and a whimsical way of talking, though he also had some frankly disgusting detail into the voice clips of him eating. The other effects were fairly good, with chimes and again overtly cartoonish things, though some struggled with not quite fitting into the environment that well, or cutting too early, or being unable to loop properly. The game's reverb also only came in now and then. The sound environment of the game was very inconsistent, but ultimately not a huge issue in a 2 to 3 hour game. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. There's a few references to gore, like the drawing of the sock moths again laying eggs in your eyes, but very little was actually shown in the game. Enemies turned straight into skeletons when killed, released their ghosts, or just rolled over and died. It was fitting with the themes of the game and the art style, and never really felt like it needed any gore to really benefit what was happening. That's 3 Harry Masons.
Mumsy? Where are you?
Story. You play as Kemek and must perform chores such as cleaning the dishes and washing socks. The story, if you can call it that, is pretty vague, with the abundantly obvious drunken and abusive father of Kemek being the main antagonist of what is essentially a series of levels, where you're given a task and must try and do it without antagonizing your father. The game culminates in a dramatic battle, where Kemek must fight against representations of his family and other things that bother him, but it was really difficult to relate to any of what was going on, since the whole game felt pretty disjointed. Lots of things like Kemek's brother Alden were referenced but never explained. There's no through line to any of the events either, and as a psychological horror game it really kind of fell flat, with only really a surface level of what was going on being conveyed to the player. It felt like a series of ideas that weren't really meant to work together to form a plot, making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Bad Cheese is more of a novelty than anything else, which will obviously draw you in with its art style, and whilst it's not bad, it's far from amazing and really needed a better premise to justify its art. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool. I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got rid of the extra cheese, I didn't give any more alcohol to the father and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Beyond Hanwell is a first-person open-world horror game where you explore Westminster, in the sequel to Welcome to Hanwell, exploring the world outside the anomalous town. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles. Atmosphere. Beyond Hanwell's open world is impressive in size and detail. The rendition of Westminster is extremely realistic, and emerging from the underground to see its abandoned streets with Big Ben looming above can be oddly eerie, mostly because it's surprising to see a place as busy as the streets of London so thoroughly dead. The environments are full of creepy lighting and derelict structures, long winding corridors, and everything about the design screams horror, but despite all this, the game suffers from just not feeling particularly of anything, just abandoned. For almost the entirety of the game, its impressive lighting and environments that should be creepy lack a sense of threat, and more input from the sound design to really reinforce the feeling that something bad will happen to you in them would have really made a difference. The game's atmosphere just never amounts to feeling more than a little eerie for the most part, the hospital being the only exception, where this ominous sense of being watched really takes over, along with the subtle things of the environmental storytelling that allude to a greater danger, which was really what every other environment needed. The amount of weapons and firepower at your fingertips also removes a lot of the fear from the roaming enemies, since you can dispatch things effortlessly with the various melee combos and ranged weapons. The enemies themselves all feel a little haphazardly placed in the environments, and as a result there's no feeling of anticipation to the combat. After only a few encounters, it's almost a certainty that enemies are going to be in the area, and they aren't going to pose much of a threat. Disappointingly, Beyond Hanwell's atmosphere feels like it's been betrayed by its design. That's no Harry Mason's. Scares. The game's scares come mostly from scripted events and combat encounters, or at least it seems like they were supposed to. The lack of atmosphere makes the scripted events feel a little limp, and sometimes the jump scares can work regardless, but this leaves them feeling a bit cheap. The combat is the crux of the problem for a lot of the game, with things like weapons crafting, pistols and shotguns making you extremely overpowered for any of the regular enemies, making them feel more like an annoyance than a threat. Going and performing combos with melee weapons removes all the horror from a situation as you mash buttons to take down targets, and gunning down monsters that were designed to be melee threats feels more like an extermination than self-defense. The game does try to make up for this by including boss battles, but this really just makes having these overpowered weapons a requirement, since the game's bosses can be extremely tanky. This leans a little into the game's limited resource management, but again, it doesn't make the encounters frightening. The monster variety and design for some of the foes is a little underwhelming. There's not many or much to them. Though some of the bosses can be impressive, dealing with them isn't always as much fun. The game didn't really try to do much else in terms of scaring the player, and most of its attempts sort of fell flat once you had a weapon in your hands. That's still no Harry Mason's. Sound design. The soundtrack is largely absent, and whilst there are some creepy pieces that play at very specific parts, it would have been more beneficial to the atmosphere for these to play more often to give more apprehension to the environments. The general ambience of the locations is fairly nice. Rain pattering against the ground, wind down lonely corridors, the buzz of flickering lights. The environments aren't silent and never break immersion, they just don't generate a feeling of tension. There are a lot of sound effects that range from very realistic to just working well enough, and a small minority of them feel a little limp in some situations. The character grunting and the rigidness of some of the animations in the game lead to a bit of a disconnect. But otherwise the game's sound effects are immaculate.
Do not fear the emptiness of our theatre, my companions. Each empty seat is a canvas for imagination.
The voice acting, especially for the theatre's owner, was fittingly dramatic, and there were a lot of fairly good performances in amongst the cast. Overall, the game's sound design was really quite impressive with only a few minor problems. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. There's a lot of blood in the game, from the various trails and pools in the environment to the explosions of it when you fire a gun at an enemy. The spider enemy's abdomen blows up with a blast of viscera. It's sometimes over the top, but very rarely not satisfying. Even things like setting enemies on fire with the flame torch weapon is satisfying to a degree. The game's gore feels more fun than harrowing, but it's hard to deny yourself that pleasure. That's two Harry Masons.
Another one of the Doctor's pathetic experiments. Interesting.
Story. The game just sort of starts and explains very little other than implying that you're one of the Doctor's experiments, one of the antagonists of the first game, and for a while this works to the game's benefit as you walk the deserted streets wondering what happened. It continues the idea of the authoritarian government doing unspeakable things to its people, and the extra-dimensional threat that emerged from the first game. From the start, you really just explore and pick up little things here and there as you walk the streets and engage with the various targets.
Curious soul dares to wander into my sanctum, the last bastion of true art in this forsaken world. You who tread upon hallowed grounds, do you come as a saboteur? A critic, perhaps? Or maybe a final, unwitting participant in my magnum opus?
Though how useful or informative these are is really up to what you find. Some computer entries explained very little, and some voice recordings were so full of deliberately vague language that they were pretty much undecipherable. Like the first game, I found it hard to piece together the story, with my quest for notes leading to more unnecessary backstory being filled in than elements of the actual plot. Though some of these were still interesting and stoked the fires of mystery, but sometimes I'd walk out of a main area building not understanding what any of what I'd done had to do with anything else. Like the first game, it's very possible to just not notice an essential diary entry or note and miss out on chunks of context for the various parts of the game. But there is a lot in there, even if you don't get the whole picture. There's something dark and murky lurking below, waiting for you to discover it. Making the final score 3 out of 5 Harry Masons. Beyond Hanwell sometimes feels as empty as it looks, and maybe the realization that the enemies weren't really a threat helped hollow out the experience. Graphically it's very impressive, and looking up at the place I've been to was endearing. The horror elements, however, of the game really felt a bit shallow. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I felt right at home at Westminster, I didn't get too comfy, and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Who's Lila is a third-person psychological horror game where you play as Will, who can't control the muscles on his face, and is led through the mysterious and convoluted events surrounding the disappearance of Tanya Kennedy. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The game's art style is presented in two-tone colours, white and a reddish brown, with low-resolution dithering to make the left-hand side of the screen difficult to distinguish against the more stark, blank expression of Will's face on the right. The game's premise has you going through social situations and trying to guide Will's face by manually manipulating his muscles into favourable results. But most of them end up disturbing. It's difficult to get anything to resemble a normal expression, and people react differently to the faces that you make. This is a deeply alien mechanic, and you fight against Will's nature to make never quite perfect renditions of a smile or a frown. It feels like you're a wolf in sheep's clothing, trying to convince the other sheep that you're one of them, but all you can do is make horrifying faces that unsettle them. The imposter syndrome doesn't stop there, and continues throughout the whole game, affecting everything. The story that unfolds around it is extremely serious, where you're under constant suspicion, adding even more weight to your facial expressions to try and present yourself as a normal, believable human being. Though there are these serene moments of just high school life, you can never shake the feeling that you just don't belong here. And the rest of the game and the situations you find yourself in have an air of mystery or subterfuge, that there's something you're responsible for, but also of supernatural and unearthly things that you have no control over, finding a godlike entity in a boiler room or ascending to another plane of existence in a burnt-out home, leaving the shackles of the world behind to find yet more questions and no answers. It's not clear who Lila is, and it may never be explained, but the feelings the journey gives you are sensational. That's one Harry Mason. scares. The game doesn't have jump scares or scripted events, but has these deeply disturbing and violating cutscenes where it feels like the presence inside your body takes over and you watch as something horrifying unfolds.
The name is Lila.
Disturbing imagery leaves you confused and afraid, but it's difficult to understand what you're afraid of. It's bewildering, but what actually just happened? The psychological elements of the atmosphere blend together with the scares, making an interrogation at the police station feel scary in its own way. The game keeps this going for most of its runtime, with more unsettling, bizarre and confusing things, sometimes terrestrial, sometimes not so much, making moments feel frightening when it's nothing more than a conversation. Feeling so close to letting the mask slip, enacting stealth in normal dialogue. It's hard to explain, but there's something perpetually unsettling and almost frightening about existing in the game. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. There's the occasional voice cutting through the clicking of the dialogue, and it stands out like a sore thumb, like something from another world screaming at you from somewhere it shouldn't be able to. But otherwise, there's no voice acting. The game's music is dissonant, with just swooping, bit-crushed tones and sad saxophone music playing from another room, but the variety of music ranges dramatically from typical things you hear at parties to disturbing drones and hums, whistling ambiance with uneasy synths playing in the background. The game's sound effects are also just bit-crushed and unnatural, delayed, repeated distortions of laughing followed by bursts of white noise. The reverb affects some things, but not others. And like the game itself, the sound design is extremely strange in both content and execution, designed for maximum discomfort, but not abrasiveness. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's no gore in the game from what I experienced playing it, and it didn't really seem to need any to benefit the story either. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. Tanya Kennedy goes missing, and you're the last person they were seen with, but you're not sure what's happened either. You hear about it when you get to school, and the implication is that you were involved in her disappearance. The story is really better left experienced than explained though, even if it's down to just how surreal the game is. It has lots of branching paths as the moment-to-moment gameplay is all based on your facial expressions, allowing dialogue choices to really be decided by your face. The story and the events take you to some mundane and fantastical situations, but all feels somewhat surreal. But the main question remains, and maybe one of the more upsetting things about Who's Lila is that you'll never know the answers to most of the questions it poses to you, with each ending you achieve adding more to the backdrop of what the situation is, but you still don't really feel like you have all of the facts together to ever know for certain what happened, which some might find difficult. Ultimately though, the story that comes together in the end is deeply fascinating, even if there's no conclusion, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Chrono's Lila is a very clever game that takes a lot of out-of-the-box ideas and crams them all together into something really uniquely disturbing. It doesn't explain itself and doesn't need to, and whilst I won't pretend I understood half of the game, I still really found it somewhat entrancing. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I did meet Tanya Kennedy, I didn't give myself up and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Cronos The New Dawn is a third-person sci-fi horror game set in the distant future, where humanity has been wiped out. You must explore the ruins and jump back in time to find souls to harvest to uncover the truth about what happened. The game is available on PC, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 5, and the Nintendo Switch 2. Atmosphere. The world has died. You awaken in a pod with no idea of who you are, assigned a task that your character is determined to complete, but as the player, you don't fully understand, and you walk out into the misty, empty world with a mission to complete.
Traveler ND3576, initiating the travel log. Triangulating the fallen predecessor's last known location.
It feels like getting born, and though it might be a birth with a purpose, as you step out into the world, there's a level of uncertainty in the air. What makes up most of the atmosphere is the experience of walking through the fleshy nightmares of the future. The game is slow and plodding, and distances feel like great expanses, but the environments themselves provide a lot of feelings, from sadness and loss to just emptiness and death, with the inhuman growths that plague the dusty relics and ruins of destroyed and long abandoned homes, squelching underfoot as you trudge through filed dens of fleshy materials. The rest of the environments are near enough derelict. It's like the world's just stopped some time long ago. And the mystery of what happened pervades, as the very earth is torn asunder and floating in a strange anti-gravity. There's an eerie quiet to the future, which only becomes more unsettling when that silence ends, with the groaning and gurgling of monsters lurking in the dark. Some areas feel more electric than others, like the underground crypt and parts of the hospital are both ancient and maze-like respectively, but the game's atmosphere doesn't change that much throughout the game in general, being pretty consistent throughout. Some parts of the game really do tend to drag on a little, with the second journey to the train station power grid being the weakest and least justified part of the game. The atmosphere also changes when you travel to the 1980s, where the world seems not so broken, but there's still an electric tension that you might be found somewhere that you're not supposed to be. But at the end of the day, the atmosphere is still very solid. That's one Harry Mason.
Maybe he's holding her somewhere, doing God knows what to my girl. Lord have mercy. Will you help me? Will you bring her back to me? I'm so worried about her.
scares. Cronos The New Dawn is fairly reserved with its scares. They are surprisingly few and far between, with very little time spent trying to frighten the player in favour of leaving you to soak in the atmosphere, with the 12-hour game really only trying traditional jump scares maybe a handful of times. The jump scares definitely worked when they were first introduced, but they were hindered greatly by the game's difficulty, which could force you into experiencing the same thing multiple times and rendering it more of an annoyance than anything else. The combat and dealing with various enemies had the jump scare effect, with Callisto-like entities that grabbed you from their holes in the walls and drained a bit of your health if you walked into an area unaware, as well as enemies that acted like proximity mines, exploding and leaving harmful acid on the floor. The combat's main trick was that enemies could absorb the corpses of other enemies and get stronger, which was an interesting mechanic in small groups but evolved into a tiring one when the enemy count exceeded 7 or 8. Combined with how frankly stingy the game was both for inventory space and how much ammo you could have, it teetered dangerously on the edge between exciting, engaging combat and a chore, as things got hopelessly out of control and you ran out of ammo to deal with it. Between the combat experience bordering on tiring and the general lack of attempts to frighten the player, it really didn't seem like there was anything to be frightened of. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The game's sound design is full of details and little things, from the sounds of machines beeping and whirring to the intricate clicks of the guns reloading and weapon switches, down to the tearing and crushing sounds you hear with flesh being separated as you stomp on a corpse. The detail is sickeningly realistic, almost too much, but in the game's sparse sound environment it all stands out. These sounds echo down the dusty, empty halls. The apocalypse is quiet, and only the plodding soundtrack which slides in and out really keeps you comfort in these times. The musical pieces that stand out the most are the metallic and cold synths, which add more loneliness to the save rooms, but the rest of the game varies from ethereal choirs with bells and clanging metals to deep, dark synth pulses and drones, synths that sound ancient in design, like time itself being played on a keyboard. The soundtrack can be both hauntingly beautiful and devastatingly empty, menacing, but sometimes, on rare occasions, there's a sliver of hope. The character voices in terms of modulation is really fun, but the actual delivery is very deliberate, which can lead to some lines feeling lackluster regardless. The human characters sound pretty much fine in terms of voice acting, with the only thing that really lessens the experience being the characters' animations not really matching the tenacity of the words that they're using. The sound design, however, is really immaculate, achieving and overachieving in many different ways. It never does anything unique, but it excels at every turn. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. The gore is pretty prominent in certain parts of the game, like the hospital where the fused remains of human bodies are clumped together as X-rays on the walls show a cranium seemingly growing out of a chest cavity. There's giant hearts and flesh pits, viscera and all sorts of assorted biological matter growing on the walls. There's also blood as you shoot the monsters, and stomping on their corpses or getting hit yourself results in a blood spray over your suit. There's a satisfactory amount of it in the game, it's fitting, and it never becomes too much or too little based on the game's story. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. After your birth or creation from the pod, you're left to wander with the only goal being to find your predecessor and carry the torch for this mysterious collective. The game's story is confusing in places due to the overall lack of information for more important things, like the collective and the vocation itself, and there's a lot of long breaks between main story points. It's really not too difficult to forget interactions, since they can be pretty sparse, which can sometimes wane on what your goals actually are. What keeps the story going are the audio recordings and the notes. The notes can be from any source whatsoever and all feel sort of vague. They add to the lore and explain certain details about life just before humanity was wiped out, with conditions on the quarantine and various pieces of information on rebellions and other things. It paints a paranoid and unpleasant time with a 1980s setting bringing up its own political situations that adds to the backdrop. The audio recordings, on the other hand, are all made by travelers like yourself and mark the journeys they made before you. A lot of these are really well done, but still fairly vague, with the language they use not always being clear. But it shows the levels of faith and uncertainty your own people displayed as they faced the wastes to try and save humanity. There's a lot of environmental storytelling in certain parts of the game, with environments showing the horrible conditions at the steelworks and hospital, with how overrun the latter was with patients. A lot of it is of course partially explained through cutscenes, though this is usually the most confusing way to receive information, as other characters don't really want to explain anything to you clearly, and most of them are hiding something. Despite all this, the story of time loops and time travel was at least interesting from the parts I could take away, though it ended up being very murky and unclear. The notes especially felt like they doubled down explaining the same thing, but the story revelations you get near the end of the game seem more designed to allow for a new Game Plus experience to carry the torch and allow the story to make more sense a second time round. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Cronos is now probably my favourite Bloober Team game, which sadly isn't saying much. It's a clear amalgam of Resident Evil, Silent Hill and Dead Space and fits nicely in the middle of a Venn diagram, but I still wouldn't find it as pleasing as any of those games individually. That being said, the only real issue I had personally with the game was its length and progression, which felt extremely slow. It was otherwise pretty great. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I did what I could for the vocation, I didn't give in to the collective and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. SKALD Against the Black Priory is a retro-inspired Lovecraftian horror CRPG, where after being hired to find someone's daughter, your ship is sunken by a sea monster and you end up stranded on a seemingly cursed island. The game is available on PC. Atmosphere. There's a warmth to the pixel art, but also a gripping darkness to the environments. The game is full of colourful and strange characters and bizarre and harrowing events, but the retro style compounds it down to a pensive tone, like you're constantly waiting for something ominous that looms in the distance to come over the horizon. It's a feeling that sort of continues throughout the game as you explore darkened caves, dark fantasy towers, and desolated towns. The people are changed, and who's left are understandably scared. But the moment-to-moment gameplay changes. The exploration is tense, prodding through old basements and profane churches is made more interesting with the game's limited vision system, where you explore rooms bit by bit to give the top-down traversal the feeling of delving into a darkened crypt with a lantern. And whilst this makes it more tense to bump into monsters in the darkness, it really does more for the immersion. It feels more realistic. The combat can drag on depending on what your builds and equipment are, and some fights feel endless, which does wane on the atmosphere, but your opponents can also be terrifyingly powerful in a way that you can only discover once you're fighting them, thanks to the turn-based combat, with a battle of attrition being preferable over a swift death. The game has atmosphere in spades and manages to still feel vaguely ominous even over long periods of time. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game's scares are pretty few and far between, with most relating to story revelations and concepts the game reveals. It doesn't try jump scares or scripted events, and the biggest traditional shock you can get is getting pulled into a combat encounter. What it does do is work with the literary edge to make each story section feel shocking as you click the mouse to progress the screen, with the graphics being about as shocking as it really gets. It's understandably not going to work for everyone, and their investment in the story will weigh heavily on how impactful it can possibly be. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The game's music is inspired by 8-bit computers of the day, invoking the Commodore 64 and similar systems, and the music itself is constantly soaked in the dark fantasy vibe of a town teetering on the edge or an uneasy night in the woods. The music is a little limited in its variety though, and it would have really benefited from just a few more combat pieces, but the selection in the game is still very emotive. There's no voice acting in the game, and the sound effects also invoke the 8-bit era with some really classic noises for doors and magic, though there are some more modern bitrate samples mixed in there too, which still feel consistent somehow. The game's audio didn't really need to do much more than back up the visuals, and it does that excellently. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore really only appears in combat and the game's cutscenes, with the former being mostly just a splattering sound and some red pixels to represent the brutality of combat, which it does well enough to a degree. The gore in the cutscenes, however, is really impressively done, with the pixel art doing a pretty decent job of representing as accurately as it possibly can the horrors of the bloody world left behind in the wake of something inconceivable. There's some gruesome sights in store and some haunting renditions of grim things, all lovingly drawn in the 8-bit style. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. After you finish creating your character, you're introduced to the ship crash, and whilst in the water you recall why you came here. You swore to find an old friend's missing daughter, and now your ship has been sunken by a horrible beast and you wash ashore with nothing. The game's story is obviously its highlight, and there's lots of quests and points of interest that really fill out the game as an RPG, with plenty of things to string along behind the main story. Some are better than others in typical RPG fashion, but some really manage to be disturbingly impressive and give you something to think about after the quest is over. There's a lot of character interactions with your own party and a ton of people to talk to outside of that, alongside some truly amazingly written diary entries that are on par with the rest of the game. Needless to say, it's a very story-rich game, and even some of the shorter quests have enough effort put into them to at least be vaguely compelling. The overarching story, however, is that murky dread that lurks on the horizon as you discover more and more disturbing things, towns where the citizens went mad, the horrors that lurk in the mines, and it's very fulfilling. There's always context and explanations for things, whether you need it or not, and naturally it requires a lot of reading, but the most impressive thing is that the story manages to just be horrible in places. Things are cruel and unforgiving, and you walk away as tainted as the land itself. It's done really, really well, making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. SKALD Against the Black Priory was a retro treat to play, but something that clearly requires a lot of special interest to want to play it to begin with. It's an old-fashioned CRPG with clearly a lot of attention to detail to the kind of era it wanted to project. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I got to the Black Priory, I didn't go mad and advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Also check out Bumps on another night. Peace. Post-Trauma is a third-person psychological horror game where you play as Roman, who awakens in a train station, alone, confused, and can't seem to find his way out. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles. Atmosphere. There's a strange loneliness and deep emptiness to the cold corridors of hospitals and subway stations, places of waiting that Roman wanders endlessly through. And there's the feeling that you're walking through an afterlife, that you're somewhere decidedly not real, no matter how it presents itself. At its worst, it's a nightmare, and at its best, it's some form of stagnant dream. As mundane as the environments appear, there's always something wrong with them. Strange flesh grows over surfaces, and rows of lockers can contort into a tunnel. There's a lot of unnatural and captivating things that seem to serve no purpose at all adorning the walls, but signify how, wherever you are, it's definitely somewhere far from the real world. The game's fixed camera angles go a long way to painting the environments as the foreboding and surreal places they are. The environments loop over and over, and the atmosphere, to begin with, can be stifling. But walking backwards and forwards through the halls and rooms to solve puzzles can get a little tedious, and this really is where the game starts to fall apart, since there's very little to sustain the atmosphere while you're wandering around trying to solve puzzles. The first-person sections tend to lose the edge entirely, with the atmosphere fading away as soon as you start puzzle solving in an office-like environment. It doesn't have the same visual style of a single character standing against a lonely corridor, and feels a little dull in comparison. They aren't huge parts of the game, but they're enough to make those sections noticeably different. The atmosphere had the potential to be great, and some of the time it accomplishes what it's trying to achieve whilst wearing its inspirations on its sleeve. It can feel decidedly cold and dead, but it has too little to keep it going, and switching to first person wasn't the solution either. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. There's lots of eerie things in post-trauma, from crying figures in toilet stalls that cause immediate hesitation to approach, to the game's oddly designed enemies. But as for jump scares and scripted events, the game doesn't use them to do much more than a brief startling moment that's quickly forgotten. What ends up standing out the most is the game's combat, which is emphasized heavily with the screen effects and pulsing music to make it seem more intense, but the combat itself is pretty clunky with preset animations, meaning that you're locked into your swinging motion and can't change direction once you've started. But this works for the enemies too, meaning that you can just abuse their animation windows and constantly hit them in the back, which was the dominant strategy for the game, since weapon ammo seemed scarce. This made nearly every fight and boss encounter feel less impactful than the game had probably intended and turned combat into a bit of an annoyance rather than a frightening ordeal. This, on top of how little combat the game actually had, leads to the game containing barely any frightening moments. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The game is engulfed in a deep reverb, whispery ambient plays like ghosts in the distance, making the already spacious, dark environments feel even more cold and empty. And behind that is the game's soundtrack, with its murky, eerie tones, a shuddering, sad melody of weeping instruments, deconstructed and laid bare, the sound of dark thoughts in your mind barely perceptible against the emptiness. Though it also has a lot more Silent Hill-inspired pieces with rock-like tracks to give melancholic and emotional twinges to some scenes. The game's sound effects are all very clean and tight, but things like the door opening sound effects tend to repeat a great deal with no variation to them, and considering the number of doors, it gets a little grating after long periods of play. One of the more impressive things the game does is playing random sound effects off in the distance, like someone in another room is smashing glass and causing a ruckus, but following the sound to their source reveals nothing. The weapon sounds for melee weapons are pretty satisfying, along with the blast and following deafness provided by the shotgun. The pistol doesn't quite match up to the other weapons, but ammo is scarce anyway. The game's voice acting is a bit of a mixed bag, with Roman's accent being pretty thick and his pronunciation makes him sometimes hard to decipher. Freya uses a text-to-speech voice on her phone, which leaves a few other characters with decent but unremarkable performances.
It was Jill, right?
It was. I used to be Jill. Now I'm something less. And you. You're still you.
Jill, please. I need help. Something's wrong with me.
There is, but it's not enough.
I don't understand. Why are you hungry?
Don't you dare.
The sound space and directional audio are impressively implemented to aid the sound effects that play in the distance. Overall, besides some repeating effects and questionable voice acting, the sound design is very solid. That's one Harry Mason. Gore. There's some satisfying blood splatters when you attack enemies and some fairly bloody scenes and environments throughout the game. It's never excessive nor lacking and feels appropriate for what seems to be going on in the game. That's 2 Harry Masons. Story. The game's story follows train conductor Roman as he tries to escape the nightmare that he finds himself in. From my time playing post-trauma, it felt like the game's story was near indecipherable, and all I had during the game was the basic understanding that guilt had played some part in the events transpiring, and various characters were wrapped up in it too. What led to this was basically a lack of storytelling. The game didn't try to convey much of anything concrete to give the player an anchor to latch onto. The cutscenes that take place feature characters that talk to Roman who seem to know far more about what's going on than the player or Roman do combined, but they talk in riddles and never elaborate. And Roman himself spends most of the game confused by the events as well. Other characters don't know anything either, and there's a lot of symbolism for certain things, obviously, but it's difficult to really tell what any of it means. There's no notes or diary entries, and the environmental storytelling isn't clear in what it's trying to say. When it comes to changing characters to the first person section, this felt more focused, but it still wasn't really clear why any of the events were happening, and it felt like it was desperately trying its hardest to keep that a secret. The game's ending ended up revealing certain things, but it was again pretty difficult to feel anything for it, even with the good ending, since the journey that led up to it felt nonsensical. There could have been so many different ways the game could have been less vague about what the story... There could have been so many different ways the game could have been less vague about its story and what things meant, and even if the choice was to leave it up to the player, there really needed to be more to hold on to. Making the final score 2 out of 5 Harry Masons. Post-Trauma was pretty underwhelming. It didn't feel very unique, with very obvious references to Silent Hill in both appearance and in the audio department. The gameplay didn't really appeal to me, and the story didn't get through to me at all. It wasn't a bad game, but it definitely missed far more times than it hit, in my opinion. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I escaped the nightmare, I didn't feel bad and advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Hollow Cocoon is a first-person stealth horror game where you play as Minato Jinba as he returns to his hometown to check on his grandmother who's in critical condition. Things take a sudden turn when some kind of monster is found skulking around on his grandmother's homestead. The game is available on Steam and Nintendo Switch. Atmosphere. The first playable moments in the game are filled with this sense of eeriness, but also warmth. Minato's home village is empty, but not cold. The autumnal trees and the sound of the soft wind gives a sense of melancholy. His grandmother's house has the same feeling. A piano creeps in, the sun bathes the place in light, and despite being empty, there's comfort here. Once the sun goes down, though, the house's atmosphere changes dramatically. It's full of moody moonlight, and turning on the lights around the home doesn't quite alleviate the feeling that you're not alone. The environments of the Japanese home are more ominous in the dark, as you creep through the houses, basements, and outdoor areas. And as the game goes on, the modern maintained home gives way to a more derelict, worn-down set of structures, the eerie wooden rooms dimly lit by diffused lamps. Once the monster reveal takes place, the stealth aspect of the game keeps the tension going for the rest of the experience. There's a great sense of vulnerability. The creature is too powerful to fight and you can't defend yourself against it, but it's also difficult to shake when you're spotted. It can pull you out of hiding spots and very rarely gives up chase. This can be a bit frustrating, but it's more of a learning curve to rely more on not being seen. Even when your pursuer leaves the area, it feels like you're on borrowed time until it returns, which again keeps the tension high. The atmosphere doesn't let up, since losing track of the creature is arguably more tense than knowing it's near, making sure that you're always on edge. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. Almost all of the fear is generated through the stealth. The cat and mouse game you play with the creature is extremely tense, and the close calls you can have can be frightening due to the layout of the house and its many different dead ends and locked doors, which can be nerve-wracking in a pinch when you want to slip into a room only to find that the door won't open. Besides this, there's not much else the game really needed to do. It's frightening simply because the creature never leaves, and you're constantly trying to solve puzzles whilst avoiding it, and this alone works. The creature's design is disturbing, with its long hair, piercing eyes, and limp stick clumsily smeared over its almost human face. Its movement as well seems practically feral, and the sounds it makes can be unnerving, lots of strained breathing and pained screams. Though once you're seen and your pursuer gives chase is really where it'll depend on the player how much panic this causes, with the creature seemingly knowing exactly where you go. Even if you move several rooms away and hide in a totally different one, it can still run straight up to you where you're hiding and find you immediately, which makes running away frustrating. Luckily, on normal difficulty, the creature doesn't do that much damage and you can take several hits before you go down. There's also certain talismans that ward away the creature that you can get a few uses out of, but it doesn't really make running away from it any less of a chore. It does appear in a few scripted sequences. When you go into certain areas, it's predetermined to appear, and these moments can be pretty unsettling. The game's scares really boil down to just dealing with the monster, but the game's layout of narrow corridors and maze-like rooms means that it'll be a tense ride all the way to the end. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's soundtrack is a little bare bones, with only a few tracks that stood out. The sneaking ambiance was definitely eerie, with ghostly, whispering tones, ice that slips straight into your ears. The chase music is mainly a thudding electronic piece that really ramps up the intensity as you're being chased, and then the calming piano near the start. It does have some incidental pieces, like a high-pitched whine when you're close to being seen, that can cause immediate fear, and some other smaller pieces that play at different intervals. The sound effects are realistic enough to never take you out of the moment, though its creature sounds are what really stands out as the things you'll be dreading the most. That laboured breathing works really well with the game's directional audio and reverb to let you pinpoint where the creature is incredibly well. It muffles when you enter a hiding spot and moves a full 360 degrees around you in your headphones as the creature moves about.
Moshi. Minato, 私だ。なんだ、父さんか。今どこ？何時頃こっちに着く？
There's voice acting for Minato and some other minor characters, and again, since I don't speak Japanese, gauging the voice acting is a bit challenging, though from the tones used it sounds fairly sincere. The sound design leads towards the practical end and really does an incredible job with making sure you know approximately where the creature is, even with your eyes closed. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's not a lot of gore in the game, with just the blood splatters that cover your screen when you take damage from the creature being what's shown. Besides the creature eating a chicken in its introductory cutscene, there's not a great deal, and this makes sense for the game. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. The story begins with a phone call from Minato's dad telling him about his grandmother, who's suddenly taken ill. It's revealed very early that there's a lot of friction between different family members and how Minato's grandmother has taken to living in a village that's quite isolated from the rest of the world. The story is quite involved for a 3-hour game, but it's very impressive. It seems to be incredibly predictable from the first glance, with some very trademark signs of something amiss that any horror game enjoyer will probably pick up on, but it really subverts expectations time and time again, leading the player character astray from the direction it seems to be going. The diary entries are where the majority of the story is told, and many of them are really well written and intriguing to read, if only for the fact that they subvert expectations so often and continue to bring up more and more interesting things into the family's long history. The story manages to be constantly engaging all the way to the end, though the ending, depending on your choices, can be a little disappointing in comparison to the journey that led up to them, but it's a small price to pay for a game that really makes you want to find more diary entries to read, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Cocoon is a great stealth horror game, really going above and beyond with things I wasn't actually expecting it to. Though some of the parts where I spent running away weren't particularly fun, and some of the puzzles were a little difficult to figure out initially, it was still immensely enjoyable. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I resented Minato's grandmother, I didn't take revenge and advise you don't either. There are more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Fear the Spotlight
Spirit,
is a
are you
third-person
dangerous?
survival horror game that follows 2 girls, Vivian and Amy, as they sneak into school at night to conduct a seance on the Ouija board they borrow from the school library, but end up contacting things they wish they hadn't. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and Nintendo Switch.
Amy, I want to stop. Amy?
Atmosphere. Fear the Spotlight fluctuates between tension, dread, and eeriness, and it's achieved through the game's sound design and stealth gameplay. Its lightest moments are devoid of all noise, with the protagonist walking almost silently through dark environments. The creepy, destroyed, and abandoned school is constantly dimly lit, as is Amy's home in her chapter. And the eeriness is amplified by how some things don't have sound effects accompany them at all, just the lonely sound of footsteps and the thin cone of the flashlight as you follow them through upturned rooms. It's strangely ominous, and the void in sound leaves you waiting for a jump scare. On the other end of the scale, the pockets of silence make walking into rooms that have an insidious, groaning ambience feel even worse. The soundtrack does not disappoint, and certain rooms, whether anything happens in them or not, feel like something will. The game's exploration is constantly tense as a result. The way the camera follows the character and the motion of the flashlight also makes turning corners and walking into weird things feel like a real discovery. It's very fluid and natural, and there's several moments in the game where the feeling that something bad is coming can be pretty intense and almost overwhelming. Most of the game's enemies generate light, and eventually you'll learn that it's somehow safer in the darkness, an odd juxtaposition for a horror game. The game masters tension and delivers a really ominous experience that's formula may be simple, but works constantly. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game is heavily stealth-based, and hiding from enemies is done really well, due to the game's camera and sound design again working well to make creeping around behind tables and under desks feel intense. The searchlight the enemies have gives a clear idea of whether you're in view or not, alongside the burning circles they leave on the ground that damage you if you stand on them. But the fear comes from that shining light in your eyes. It's startling and makes it difficult to know where to run. The audio cues also tell you if you're in immediate danger. When you draw too near to being spotted, the soundtrack lets you know with a shrill noise to remind you that you're almost visible. And these things combined, it makes the stealth pretty nerve-wracking. Getting seen results in you getting grabbed, which is a pretty frightening animation, but it's not as deadly as you think, and you can usually walk away from it. Amy's story had the more frightening enemies with the ghost-like woman, but the result was usually the same of being able to walk away from the first grab, which did reduce a little bit of the dread out of being seen, but it didn't make getting grabbed any less frightening. The game's resource management on Vivian's side was especially scarce on healing, which did make it a bit more of a problem if you did get seen. There's several other strange scripted events and eerie moments as the game goes on, and they're executed really well, either being so ominously creepy that you want to leave the room, or stark and loud events that startle you. Fear the Spotlight did a surprisingly good job with the scares. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The soundtrack is a strange one, with various ominous pieces of white noise-infused darkness, low humming, rumbling, and eerie whines make up most of the game's incredible tension pieces. It's mainly ambiance, but it works so well at generating atmosphere. The stealth music sounds like a bunch of alien birds singing alongside a wooden ship that's about to have its hull crushed by a sea monster, and alongside the raising and falling of the shrill noise of the visibility indicator. The stealth, again, can be pretty intense sound-wise. As mentioned earlier, the game also uses silence to great effect, leaving just the sporadic sound effects in the otherwise quiet rooms. The sound effects themselves are really well done and pretty immersive. Some of the more unique noises sound like rusty metal doors swinging open, a stone being dragged across a grate, knives on a plate. It's refreshing to have such dramatic, unique noises in a game, and the more traditional things like doors opening still sound pretty creepy too.
Got the spirit board. Yes! I mean... Welcome, Vivian. Please, take your seat, and we can begin. Tonight, I will be your guide into the world of the supernatural. Are you ready?
The game's voice acting is fantastic for the 2 girls. It feels very earnest, and their conversations are pretty great. Vivian's voice really suits the situation too. There's a few uses of really deep reverb in the game, and it again makes those moments feel more ghostly and supernatural. And between this and the game's sound space, it just shows how things like sound design really do make a big difference in the way the game feels. The sound design in Fear the Spotlight is incredibly well done, and possibly even the strongest aspect horror-wise. That's 3 Harry Masons. gore. There's only a few spots of blood consistent with the game's story and no real gore, and the game didn't really seem to need any. That's for Harry Masons.
Amy? Amy? Are you okay?
Story. Amy and Vivian sneak into their school at night to borrow a Ouija board to conduct a seance, when during it something goes horribly wrong and Amy goes missing. The game is split into 2 chapters, with Vivian's chapter being the first that you'll get to experience. The story is really told through notes and covers the upsetting and tragic backstory of Chrissy Castro, who after auditioning for the school play, finds herself the target of bullying by the daughter of the school's superintendent, and because of his status, all of Chrissy's cries for help are swept under the carpet. The notes are so well done that it makes you want to find more of them, providing moments of both joy and elation for Chrissy as she falls in love, but eventually it leads to cover-ups, heartbreak and despair as things go off the rails. The story ends up being far more compelling than expected, and it really feels like you're uncovering what happened as the environmental storytelling matches up with the notes, and you see the events of the past and piece things together for yourself. Amy's scenario feels more like Silent Hill and takes her into a version of another world based on her past and follows her through her home, taking her back to the start of the relationship developing between Amy and Vivian, an aspect that ends up being endearing through Vivian's chapter, but more personal in Amy's chapter as one of the few good things in her life, since the rest focuses on the dark parts of her childhood. It's basically an entire other game to pour through. Both girls have great dialogue and feel like real characters. The story in both chapters ends up being, again, surprisingly compelling and really pushes the game forwards, and whilst it's mainly restricted to notes and audio files to listen to, it's enough to keep you wanting to find out what happened and what will become of them. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. Fear the Spotlight is just really well done. There was no part of it that felt lacking, with even the puzzles being satisfyingly refreshing, and actually felt like they were done with logical deduction in mind in a way that didn't feel like it resulted in being esoteric or obtuse. The resource management of the inhaler for Vivian felt realistic and made trying to avoid getting grabbed feel worthwhile, and the story and atmosphere were just spot on. I didn't walk into it expecting much, but walked away from it very satisfied. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I am officially done with creepy schools, I didn't leave without solving the mystery, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Don't forget to go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. No, I'm Not a Human is a first-person horror puzzle game where the sun is causing baking hot temperatures every day, and every night human-like people called visitors try to get into your home with murderous intent. The game is available on Steam. Atmosphere. The game's atmosphere encapsulates a dreamlike distrust and confusion. The visuals are unnerving and unnatural. You see horrifying things like figures in the distance, masked men in the fields next to your neighbor's burning home. The story tells you of the world ending, and it's apparent all around you, and the dreadful feeling you get from it is hard to ignore. The music gives off a slightly warped version of relaxation or sends chills down your spine as you look through the spy hole to see who or what is outside. There's something about the green tint and the unsettling faces looking at you through your front door that adds a level of paranoia, but there's still a sense of safety, that the door will stop them from getting in, but it won't prevent you from having to let them in, since being alone is an apparent risk. None of the people outside appear harmless, and everyone seems a little off, either in design or temperament. There's always room for doubt, and letting in something that isn't human into your home can be disastrous, since visitors will kill humans during the night. The game's mechanics sees you trying to figure out who is and who isn't human based on a series of questions and tests you can perform. And as the primary mechanic, it works in theory, but in execution there were far too many false positives and confusing factors to ever really feel confident in your choices. But in execution, there were far too many false positives and confusing factors to ever really feel confident in your choices. It felt more like luck than deduction when it came to pulling the trigger and executing who you deemed to be a visitor. And this was the recurring cycle. People were taken or died in the night, you tested during the day, and then the next night you'd have to let more people in, or a certain non-human will try and break into your house if you don't have company. Some die, some disappear, the cycle continues, and as the morning sun vanquishes the horrible night, you can see who is left among the living. Regardless of how effective the mechanics are at deducing anything, the atmosphere maintains that surreal uneasiness and distrust that never really went away. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. There's only really one or two frightening moments in the game, and that's one of the death scenes. Outside it, there isn't really much else. Some of the interactions with people outside your door can be deeply unsettling, and probing them for answers will leave an ominous feeling, but the game isn't really trying to startle you, more horrify you with the events unfolding outside your home. The non-human stands in the field behind your house, ominously watching. It's unsettling, but sadly not quite frightening. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. There's only a few sound effects in the game, from the unpleasant neck snapping to the sounds of pulling back skin or lifting up your arms when you do an examination, to the final, powerful blast of the shotgun as you execute someone. The music, however, does a fair bit of heavy lifting for the atmosphere. The main theme of each night changes subtly, starting off as a somewhat relaxing but woeful synth melody that degrades and drops in tone and coherence until it's desperately trying to be heard underneath its own failing tune and the waves of static and scratchy vinyl sounds that layer over it. Characters have their own themes, from the eerie super visitor to the somewhat hopeful yet still melancholic prophet, and it makes each interaction feel special. There's voice acting in the way that you can hear people's unsettling mumbles and cries from their doors as you pass them at night, and it's really strange and unsettling. It didn't really need to have any directional audio or reverb for what it presents in either, and the game had a surprising amount of audio content, even if a lot of it is very subtle changes on a single piece of music. Ultimately, it's really good for what it is. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. There's unpleasant and gross parts of the game to do with the testing, with plenty of people having unique and very real abnormalities that can throw off an inspection, as well as the kind of reaction you'd expect from checking people's armpits and ears for parasites and fungus. Outside of this, the real gore is surprisingly censored, and shooting anyone results in a red pixelated mess. It's hard to say that it's a problem, but it seems like an odd choice regardless to censor the gore. The game's gore is still present despite this, and can be both gross and disgusting in equal measure to make the testing even less pleasant than it already is. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. A solar flare has resulted in unbelievably hot temperatures during the day, leading to everyone hiding when the sun's out and coming out at night to seek shelter in people's homes. But at the same time, that there are tales of visitors coming out of the ground who are human-like, but decidedly not human. There's a few ways to figure out what's going on in the outside world, with the TV and radio keeping you up to date on the decline of humanity, though it's a very filtered resource, and whilst you sense things are bad, they're still broadcasting, so there's some hope. A large portion of the game is talking to people about the things that have happened, either before you let them into your home or afterwards. There's quite a lot of different people who arrive at your home, and the conversations all feel pretty unique. Though perhaps the most impactful and damning aspect of the story is staring out your windows every night as you watch your neighbour's home and life destroyed, FEMA operatives walking around the fields, and the super visitor performing various horrifying acts outside your home, and it really paints a grim picture, towns burning in the distance, but yet more come to stay in your home. There's a ton of pathways the game can take, with many different endings based on what you say or do, and it's not a long game either to try and get all the other endings and experience all the other lines of dialogue and possibilities presented by the game. Overall, there's quite a lot in there, and it all adds up quite nicely to either fuel more dread for the game's future, or to add more creepy backstories to the people you let into your home. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. The main gameplay mechanic makes the point of testing seem almost pointless, and as the game went on, it became a little frustrating to feel confident that someone was a visitor and execute them and find out that they weren't, despite showing multiple signs. But again, I'm here to review the horror, and the game is certainly creepy and unsettling. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I tried not to stay alone at night, I eventually let them all in. But I advise you don't do that either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace. Luto is a psychological horror game where you play as Sam, who's trapped inside his own home and keeps digging deeper and deeper to try and find a way out. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles. Atmosphere. It feels like something insidious is happening. The house you're trapped in is this abstract mosaic a collection of memories and feelings that mimics a home, but resembles more of a puzzle box, and it keeps on going down. The constantly shifting environments, mechanics, and new rooms always feel like an inwards journey, a self-reflection of something you don't want to see. And whether it's daytime when you're walking through the sunny prison of your home, or the night transcends all reason and you're climbing down a ladder into a chest cavity, the game's dreamlike feeling stays vaguely menacing, and thanks to the narrator, it's very obvious that the world is messing with you.
His drawings cover the walls. Sam can't help but doubt whether he really painted them. After all, it wouldn't be the first time he's done something and doesn't remember it.
But perhaps what defines the atmosphere more is that it's difficult to understand what the game is really trying to tell you. There are some moments of haunting beauty to it. A distant voice sings to you as you walk through the water-soaked hallways of your home, but the game also rug pulls you a lot, redefining things and then refusing to elaborate, bringing you oh so close to the answer, and then pushing you back out into the desert where your mouth fills with sand. Luto does things that are bizarre and unexpected. A long walk down a narrow tunnel reveals that you aren't alone. Figures lurk in the distance, and the entire game is filled with people in white sheets, standing like statues or blocking your path, taunting you, running away when you get close, like the truth slipping through your fingers. Things happen, but it's unclear as to why, and that bewilderment fuels the curiosity to see where it's going, to endure these strange events and find their meaning. The atmosphere ranges from uncertainty all the way down to dread, and the only time it wanes is when the puzzles are too esoteric to figure out and you're stuck pondering them, which can definitely happen. There's a lot of abstract moments in the game, and the puzzles encapsulate that too, so depending on your understanding of the task at hand, there can be several moments of being stuck that can drain the atmosphere and leave you wanting to move on. Otherwise, Luto manages to feel like someone is groping around in your character's brain to present you with things that you didn't know you didn't want to see. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The state of bewilderment the game leaves you in is ripe for exploitation, and Luto does several interesting things to capitalize on it. From the disturbing white sheet figures moving or disappearing before you to sudden shocking jumps it inflicts to keep you on your toes, but mainly it doubles down on that bewilderment. The floor breaks, something follows you, an incredibly compact tunnel houses someone in a chair 2 rows ahead, and its confounding nature is frightening a way that you can't always understand, that something is screaming at you to tell you something, that it's purposeful. The game's scares are hard to define. It's not always trying to do it, more blending it in with the atmosphere to unsettle you further. The game's scares are unique, using mainly jump scares and scripted events and creepy moments to fuel the urgency of events that you don't remember. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. Fluttering strings and dark synth reverberations give the game a grand cinematic feel. Uncertainty breathes through the violins as they shift and change, from vague hope to hands that grab your shoulders, shivering and flickering into the darkness. Reverb-soaked pianos are ancient in the way they feel, and the house's warm tones take you back to those sand dunes. The soundtrack evokes a lot of emotions from despair, emptiness, warmth, disappointment, and longing, and it's beautiful. The sound effects combined with the reverb and sound space are so extremely realistic, with footsteps on every type of floor sounding natural. It's lifelike and used to great effect, with voices echoing down a narrow tunnel to give the impression of something lurking ahead. Even the sounds of the sandstorm assaulting your senses sound pretty real. The game's voice acting really just refers to the narrator, who does an incredible job at both describing the decline of reality, taunting you, or sympathizing with you, and really should have said more throughout the game. Luto's sound design is excellent. That's 3 Harry Masons. Gore. There's some grand moments of gore like the chest cavity, but it's more of an exception than anything else. It's not a game that really seemed to need any more than it got, and what it got was pretty impressive, even if it only needed to be there artistically. That's 4 Harry Masons.
As he does every day, Sam gets ready to leave the house and go to work.
Story. Sam is trapped in his own home, and the narrator you can hear talks directly to you and describes your futile attempts at figuring out what's going on. The game warns you on the main menu that it's about death, but it's hard in certain parts of the game to fully understand where it's going and what relevance to death some parts of the game have, which can and will probably lose some people. It's not always a forward line of understanding, and lots of the game is spent trying to convey things to you that you yourself don't know. It feels like it's trying to pluck feelings out of your character, presenting things symbolically that you can't comprehend, since you as the player don't have memories to associate these things with. It touches on a lot of different subjects, and the art that lurks around the game is just as abstract as the game itself at presenting you the feeling that was evoked at the time in Sam's life. The timeline blurs, but the story doesn't always take shape. There's just a lot of feelings. And when the game finally comes together at the end, it brings a newfound sense of relevance to nearly everything you experienced, and ends up feeling quite profound. It's a giant gamble to have the whole game be indecipherable until the last minute, but it's a gamble that left a big impact, making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. If you asked me whether I like Luto a few hours in, I'd be hard-pressed to tell you what was good about it. It felt nonsensical, but after the game was over, it was so much easier to appreciate and ended up being really quite impressive and spectacular in places. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I died multiple times in the sand dunes, I didn't walk away unsatisfied, and I think you won't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. You can always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. The casting of Frank Stone is a third-person horror adventure game set in the world of Dead by Daylight, where you play as a series of characters and they all get caught up in the stigma of Frank Stone. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles. Atmosphere. The casting of Frank Stone is not quite half filled with spooky forays into the old steel mill and the areas around it, as well as the home of Augustine Lieber. These have lots of foreboding scenery that fits the movie-like quality of the game, but they're often filled with character chatter that ends up disarming the situation.
Yeah. Oh. I thought you just liked hanging out around haunted mills.
You don't really think it's haunted.
Don't I?
Knock it off.
Its success at really capitalizing on these well-crafted environments is something the game struggles with. There's a decided lack of tension when there's multiple people walking around an area together, making jokes and talking about events, and it doesn't really present much in the way of danger for a large portion of the game. It's content to allow you to explore for as long as you want without feeling threatened or as though anything is going to happen. It did have some moments near the end where the urgency of the situation added pressure, though even these moments are in the minority, as the game spends far more time in dialogue and cutscenes than in gameplay, and this really feels like it's taking the wheel out of your hands and the tension along with it. You can argue that maybe the dialogue choices have the potential to lead to negative outcomes, adds a bit of tension, but it's only as tense as you are invested in the story.
Hey, right at time!
Time to get cooking!
The rest of the game is filled with endearing character chatter, and the characters themselves are likable, enough to make it a fun watch, but calling it horror is a bit of a push. The game's pacing is again very movie-like and has a slow build-up of the horror elements, with the majority of the atmospheric parts of the game being in this slim section at the start, and then again at the very end, with the middle consisting of storytelling and raising of the stakes. The atmosphere is there sometimes, and sometimes it's almost good, but most of the time it's waiting for something to happen, like the rest of us. That's no Harry Masons. Scares. Unfortunately, the casting of Frank Stone is very light on scary moments for a lot of the game, with traditional quick-time events that were made popular by supermassive games being largely absent, along with the jump scares and chase sections being almost totally replaced by using a camera to hold back Frank Stone, which didn't have the same impact at all. Frank Stone in appearance is great in all of the scenes he appears in, but it's not usually put to good use except from at the start. The few QTEs that were in the game could have damning consequences, which was as close to shock as the game really got, but this did make failing them feel unfair. The game took around 5 hours to beat, and it's difficult to remember any really frightening moments from that time at all. It doesn't feel like enough time or thought was put into the horror elements, and this has impacted the absolute hardest in the scares section. That's still no Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's movie-like quality continues with its soundtrack. During the spooky moments, electrifying synths sneak into your ears, backed up by the orchestral score. Something that makes the fight scenes and the more dramatic moments feel more impactful is the choir chattering into a dissonant wail. The soundtrack is pretty creative within the limits of its instrumentation. Rolling drums, plucking strings, and other things that give different parts of the game a unique feel, like screeching synths that feel like crumbling rocks breaking apart, and a metallic ice shelf slides into an ocean of molten viscera. But despite being very unique, it does struggle to be memorable. The sound effects are, as usual, immaculate and realistic to the point of feeling like the game was filmed as opposed to developed. The voice acting for the characters is pretty on point. Sheriff Sam, Chris and Augustine all sound great with their respected deliveries. The dialogue can sometimes be awkward, but is hardly a surprise with the characters you meet and talk to. There's directional audio and reverb on everything. The sound design is pretty much perfect. That's one Harry Mason.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, shit!
Damn. Is that a...
Yeah. And it's got friends.
This is insane.
Gore. Though rare, the game's gore is really fun to see. The death scenes are fast, brutal, and often result in people being sliced to pieces in entertaining ways. The game doesn't use too much gore outside of the death scenes, and some of the death scenes come out of nowhere, which could be considered a pro for shock value, but again, unexpected deaths can feel undeserved. That's 2 Harry Masons. Story. The story is split between the 2 time periods, the 1980s where a group of friends are shooting a horror film called Murder Mill, and 2024 where 3 strangers arrive at a mysterious mansion, invited by a mysterious host to talk about that same film. The 2 time periods vary wildly in terms of interest, with the teens working on the film being far more interesting to watch thanks to their interactions and the events staying relatively in the realms of the game's opening, one of the highlights of the game, which sets the stage for Frank Stone, the game's antagonist. The 2024 time period, with the strangers trying to figure out what's really going on, has minor intrigue, but it feels like it's stretching too little too far and really doesn't end up explaining a great deal of how or why most of it is really happening, with characters' motives being unclear all the way up to the credits. There are certain things like the time travel elements of the story that really don't seem to exist for a reason, and it's unclear again what benefit doing any of this had to the antagonists. The story is tied to a larger world of Dead by Daylight, but having not played but seen some of that game, it feels like fans of the franchise won't really find much in the casting of Frank Stone to latch onto, besides Frank Stone himself and the game's ending, which is more a reference, but ends up defeating a great deal of the point of the game in terms of the choices made along the way. The story itself would have been better had it decided to just stick with one specific timeline instead of 2, and the dialogue, notes, and other elements of the story can genuinely be really great, but other parts of the game can be confusing or boring, making the final score 2 out of 5 Harry Masons. Despite the game's score, I ended up really enjoying the casting of Frank Stone. Something about the 1980s characters wanting to make a movie was endearing, and the dialogue made it fun to take part in. Though its horror content, which the review is based on, was very sparse and didn't always work. As I said, I imagine fans of Dead by Daylight aren't really going to find much enjoyment in this, and the game's references to Dead by Daylight are about all there is to relate to. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I wish I could watch Murder Mill, I didn't get involved in the filming process, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Slay the Princess is a visual novel horror game where you play as a hero, led through the woods and instructed to slay a princess by a narrator. The game is available on PC. Atmosphere. There is no describing any one specific version of events to fully encapsulate the feelings the game can provide. as something both surreal, abstract, horrifying, beautiful, and existentially devoid of logic or reason. You're a hero, and the narrator tells you the princess must die, but due to the visual novel aspect of the game, you can ask as many questions, make as many choices, push and pull at the world around you, and fight and struggle against the inevitable. You can win, you can lose, but you'll be back, with more voices in your head to validate or invalidate your choices, and make you question what's happening. The princess doesn't want this either and will argue with you against what you're being told, with the internal conflict making a good chunk of the game.
I feel empty, don't you?
What is right and wrong when you're being told you're being lied to from both sides? There are decisions that sprout from single choices you made that lead to the singular house with a basement, taking the form of a watery grave that houses a ghost and a bloated corpse, to a castle of pure white that barely contains the goddess inside, her power beyond your understanding. The shapes change, but the results stay the same. The feelings shift from awe, infatuation, and desire to fear, repulsion, and feral anger, and it's all down to the way you play. But once you step past the choices to the end, it becomes apparent there was no escaping any of this for any of you, perpetually circling the universe that is each other. Behind the charade is a poignant emptiness. This was all made for you. No one atmosphere or anything could describe something that changes so radically, but the overall experience of Slay the Princess is something special once it touches you. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The game's scares are almost entirely conceptual, though one of the main things that could be considered frightening is how the visual novel is able to inflict choice paralysis with your interactions with the princess. One wrong move results in your life or hers being put at risk, though this pales into comparison to how frightening a lot of the ideas presented by Slay the Princess can be, how predetermined your future is, how hopeless fighting against it feels. Your decisions have been warped and messed with, and each follow-up to an initial attempt is a strange and cruel punishment on your own actions or inactions, and the feeling that you messed up, or the feeling of moral ambiguity. Some aspects of the game's routes feel detestable to consider, but maybe it's a way out. Ultimately, the concepts are more horrifying than straight up frightening. The horror comes from a different place, the feeling in the back of your mind that you're torturing something, whether that's yourself, the princess, or the world. That's 2 Harry Masons. Sound design. The game's soundtrack is mesmerizing, from ethereal vocal pieces that haunt into forever to sickly sweet piano tunes and dark abandoned ambient pieces. There's so much feeling to everything, tugging on the heartstrings as the game's phenomenal voice acting layers over it with extremely well-written, powerful dialogue. It's hard to really appreciate how the game uses music, voice acting, and some minor sound effects, but does so well with them that it feels like it's something special. At the end of the day, it's a visual novel, and it didn't, nor could it, utilize any more than this. Not that it needed to. That's 3 Harry Masons.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Gore. The game's gore can be both horrifying and powerful, with the needless murder, the tearing of the flesh, the princess sawing her own head off, but it can also abstract into some form of art, with a ribcage exposed like a blooming flower, or pulsating masses of princesses all clamoring over each other. The gore is never needless, and with the game's colourless aesthetic, the red really stands out. That's 4 Harry Masons. Story. You're a hero. You're here to save the world by slaying the princess. That's what the narrator tells you. It's not important how or why she will do this, just know that it's going to happen. But you can't. You need to know. Why are you doing this? The game pushes you to push it, questioning everything around you, yourself, your goals, and the various constructs and things that repeat and loop, that deteriorate and change, the new voices that arrive and continue to muddy the waters, providing more speculation but no answers. The princess herself will converse and ask you questions that you don't have the answers to either. Why are you doing this? Why do you have to? You don't know anything definitively, and when you reach the end of a cycle, the world breaks down around you and you're whisked off to the ethereal, where the infinite resides, and even it doesn't know what's happening. But this somehow never paints the game as something bleak or hopeless. Maybe it's something simple, maybe it's something complicated, maybe you're an actor in a play whose role can't be ignored. The narrator makes it hard for you to figure out anything. The story expands and expands, providing more riddles and reasons to keep probing the distant light at the end of an impossibly long train tunnel. There are so many dialogue options for you to keep pushing, and many, many possibilities, that even if there is no answer, the journey is still really something. Making the final score 5 out of 5 Harry Masons. There aren't very many games that feel as special as Slay the Princess feels, as something that can be both horrifying and abstractly divine. I won't pretend I understood it, but I felt it. Again, I'd like to remind you the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games. If you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I killed the princess, I also did not kill the princess, and advise you both do and don't. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Silent Hill F is a third-person psychological horror game where you play as Hinako Shizumi, as a town is suddenly engulfed by a strange fog and bizarre red flowers. The game is available on Steam, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles.
Hinako? Sorry. What? You trick!
Atmosphere. At its quietest, the fog that engulfs Hinako's town gives the game a feeling of unease. It's apparent that you're not alone in the fog. The wooden houses that loom out of it are just an eerie reminder, along with the recently abandoned family homes, of a humanity that's not around anymore. And as the game progresses, more and more of the town's humanity is covered in disgusting, pulsating flesh and spider lilies. Like it's all part of a giant organism that's swallowing it whole, devouring it. There are moments of relative calm in the environments as well as moments of extreme discomfort as you walk towards the dense fog and hear screaming or gurgling coming from just ahead, with the game's eerie soundtrack playing a swirling vortex of creepy tones as you pierce deeper and deeper into the murky world. The town or fog itself doesn't feel as menacing as previous games, but it's still vaguely alive. The game is split between the decaying, corrupted town and the unearthly dark shrines. Perpetual night and holy structures exist in a vacuum of darkness, and the spiritual nature of these areas gives the otherworld a sense of the supernatural and an electric feeling as you creep through them. It manages to be tense, it feels uncomfortable and unnatural, but not all of the time, as what really stops it from slipping into dread or having that dreamlike quality is how often you're dragged into combat. You don't get very long to explore or soak in these environments before something starts attacking you, and the atmosphere vanishes as you deal with the game's enemies. In longer gameplay sessions, it becomes even more apparent that every few minutes the eerie loneliness of the town is being stolen by yet more combat. Even little things like the soundtrack stopping when you open the map screen, which you'll need to do a lot, can take you out of the atmosphere, even for a moment. It's frustrating, but the atmosphere always sneaks back in, it's never totally broken. And when it's there, it's still pretty eerie. That's one Harry Mason. Scares. The fog doesn't bring much in the way of terror, only really what lurks inside it. The monster designs are really fascinating, with the jerky doll-like feminine monsters, a literal family unit, and then the overweight or perverted masculine ones that do a good job with representing aspects of things Hinako despises. But the variety in terms of combat is a bit small. They have some eerie animations and can be pretty dangerous, but they're also the punchline to nearly every eerie setup in the game, with most jump scares really being a monster jumping out or attacking you. Which can get a little tedious. They do have some unique interactions sometimes, but it's very limited. The major thing that will either make or break the game for most people is going to be its combat, which doesn't really change as the game goes on, being a pretty clunky version of Souls-like combat with a stamina bar that can leave you vulnerable to the various overlapping attacks of different types of enemies all attacking at once. Some even bring back memories of Ornstein and Smaug. It also introduces weapon degradation and items that restore stamina, but very little of this matters because you can still run away from combat in most cases, if you're running low on resources. The combat never manages to be frightening and doesn't get any easier as time goes on, with the game's RPG elements allowing you minor things like more health and stamina or greater dodge windows, which were already difficult to gauge. At its best, it's tense, and at its worst, it starts to bridge into frustrating, with you fighting the camera in narrow hallways, or not being able to see enemy attack patterns to know when to dodge them, though somehow I never managed to die in the game's combat. It also has some chase sequences which were a little confusing with branching paths that weren't always obviously wrong, which led to most of my playthrough's deaths and most frustrating moments. Conceptually, some of the stuff presented in Silent Hill F is frightening, but most of the traditional ways it tries to frighten you don't really work that well at all. That's still one Harry Mason. Sound design. The soundtrack is full of incredibly diverse music. Traditional Japanese instruments like the shamisen do a lot of heavy lifting for the soundtrack, with unearthly choral wailing to back it up and fill your ears with more unsettling tones. It still feels strange but more down to earth, and on the other end of the scale the music can still have that totally alien sound to it, reminiscent of the older games. It's still melancholic and reflects a lot of emptiness and sadness, but also the feeling of fate and determination in its wild instrumentation.
It's hard to picture a tough girl like you crying.
That was a long time ago. Don't think I've cried since.
The sweeping, sad melodies on the verge of collapse, the soft pianos and synths are all very familiar tones to fans of the series. Though the soundtrack is dense, it's not constant, and the eerie silences you get as you walk off into the fog or the darkness are just as impactful, with the pulsating flesh sounds and the ripples of the water filling the air with little sounds only just perceptible. The sound effects themselves are again extremely well done and very raw, from knife-wielding enemies slashing into Hinako's chest to the sound of her pipes slapping against the fleshy monsters. It sounds realistic, if a little exaggerated for fun. The grunting and squealing of the monsters, along with the creaking of their joints and the sound of their footsteps, is done with such an attention to detail that it's impressive. The voice acting is probably better in Japanese, but the English voice acting was still pretty great. Hinako herself delivers a truly pained performance, and characters like Rinko were easy to despise, not only because of her dialogue, but the subtle inflections in her voice. The game's sound space is immaculate, with lots of environmental audio coming through the headphones brilliantly, and reverb came across stronger in the music and voice acting than any of the sound effects, but it's hardly a problem. Once again, the sound design really comes across extremely well, hardly a surprise when you learn who worked on it. That's 2 Harry Masons. Gore. The game's gore is really disturbing, and this time around there's quite a bit of it in the environments, but also several profound moments. From the spider lilies growing out of Sakuko's eyes in the game's opening to the transformation scenes later in the game. The monster designs are masked by the flowers, but some still show their grotesque forms, with the shuddering spawning monster covered in blood, grey flesh and breasts that spurt out more monsters in revolting pustules as though it's its only purpose. There's the red lilies everywhere, which give off the feeling of blood, as well as the growing flesh that comes along with it, dripping like viscera between the buildings. The game's grab animations too are unpleasant, with the dolls stabbing Hinako in the chest, with the agonizing scream and the repulsive glowing monster licking her face with its disgusting tongue. It's all deeply violating, but none of it really compares to the transformation scenes, which play out like disturbing rituals. Silent Hill F didn't go easy on the gore and delivered a repulsive and scarring entry into the series. That's 3 Harry Masons. Story. After an altercation with her abusive father, Hinako Shizumi goes to town to spend time with her friends, when a mysterious fog sweeps into town, bringing red spider lilies and death with it, which immediately kills one of her friends. The game's story is really its strongest point, with Hinako's journey being laced with guilt and oppression, insufficiency and despair, from both the comments her friends make on her status as a woman, to the ingrained and enforced subservience to her father she both loathes and fears, being trapped in the confines of Japanese society in the 1960s. The way the story is told is deeply symbolic as per Silent Hill standards, with lots of subtle and not so subtle reminders about what the story is trying to convey, with feminism and the rejection of modern medicine being the most obvious recurring throughout the game's diary entries and cutscenes. Hinako herself has a journal that talks about things like enemies and puzzles, as well as explaining various aspects of Japanese culture, which is worth a read for anyone who wants to fully understand what some things mean, which is one of the game's weakest points, that it won't mean as much to a Western audience, but the book is there to rectify that, and it also generally helps that it's interesting to read. Lots of notes help you understand more about current events, as well as the lives and characters you don't see, like the town's doctor who was trying to figure out what was seemingly wrong with the town's residents and the monsters spawning out of nowhere, as well as the thoughts of your friends. But what really hurts the game's story the most stems from its endings. Unlike previous games where any ending was possible from the first playthrough, Silent Hill F locks you into one ending in the first playthrough, and it can be pretty unsatisfying and disregards a lot of the events of the game, which can retroactively hurt the experience. And the only chance to really get closure to the story requires you to play the game a second or third time to reach one of the more satisfying endings. The overall story is still very good and well executed, profound in places, and easily the game's strongest feature, and replayability is something to encourage, but some people will definitely find the game's ending to not justify the journey it takes to get to it. Making the final score 4 out of 5 Harry Masons. Silent Hill F still doesn't really feel like a Silent Hill game. It's close, and probably the best game in the series I've enjoyed since Origins. I didn't even dislike the combat, but I noticed little things like the amount of combat and the game's initial ending really tainted the experience and left me feeling more apathetic than I'd hoped. Again, I'd like to remind you, the whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I didn't take many red capsules, the consequences were unforeseen, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the Middle of the Night. Peace.